Good morning and welcome to Appropriations. I am Senator Peggy Rotundo, the Senate Chair of the Appropriations Committee, and I proudly represent the city of Lewiston and want to welcome you all to our first day of public hearings on the governor's supplemental budget. And because this is our very first hearing, I'm going to go through some formal comments, so please bear with me as I just remind folks about the process that we will be going through. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive testimony from departments and agencies and from members of the public regarding proposed legislation currently before the committee. For members of the public, whether or not you testify orally, you may submit written testimony to the committee either by giving the committee clerk 40 written copies or uploading the testimony to the testimony portal. The additional written copies will ensure that all members of both committees receive a copy. Please be mindful that testimony is public and is available to all once it is presented. Persons testifying are advised that the hearing is live streamed and may be seen and heard by persons watching online, and that a recording of the meeting will be archived. Meetings are streamed both on the legislature's streaming service and on YouTube. YouTube's comment function will be disabled shortly after streaming begins and should not be used for communication during today's proceedings. Members of the committee, before I ask you to introduce yourselves, I have several important items to address related to the format of this meeting. If you're in the room here with us, please mute the audio and microphone on your electronic devices, including members sitting here around the horseshoe. This includes cell phones or any device you have used to log into this meeting using Zoom. This will prevent audio disruptions both in the room and online. For those joining us using Zoom, if the name you used to sign into Zoom is not the same as the name you used on the legislature's website to register to testify, it may be difficult for us to identify you when it's your turn to testify. We will not close the hearing until we've provided everyone who registered on Zoom an opportunity to testify. If you're experiencing technical difficulties, please contact OFPR staff at 287-1635. All questions from committee members must be made through the chair. And at this point, I would ask committee members to introduce themselves. And I also want to give a warm welcome to our colleagues from Health and Human Services who will be joining us today and tomorrow. And we will begin with introductions of Appropriations Committee members. Representative Guttine.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Drew Guttine. I represent parts of Saco, Scarborough, and Westbrook in the main house, and I'm the House Chair of AFA.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent the 37 communities of Northern Aroostook County.
Good morning. I'm Jack Duchamp. I represent House District 71, which is the towns of Madison, Norridgewock, and Cornville.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Holly Stover, and I proudly represent the 6 coastal towns of District 48, including my hometown of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, West Port Island, and South Bristol.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Decca Dalak. I represent House District 120, which is part of South Portland.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Blyer. I represent House District 138, which is Cornish, Leamington, and part of Hollis and Buxton.
Good morning. My name is Ann Matlack. I represent the communities of House District 43, including Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, my hometown of St. George, a part of Owl's Head, all in Knox County.
Morning, everybody. My name's Amy Arata, and I represent House District 104, which includes New Gloucester and part of Gray.
Good morning and a happy Lunar New Year. My name is Limbreen Rana. I represent House District 21, Bangor.
Thank you. And I want to introduce Lucia Nixon, who is our principal analyst, and my Linda Mulla Everett, and Becca Davis, who along with Mandy Connor have been working very, very hard to get us prepared for this public hearing, and we thank them very much. Representative Meyer, would you be willing to introduce your committee members?
Indeed. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's District 150, which is all of Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick. I'm honored to serve as Health and Human Services Committee House Chair. With that, I will turn to Representative Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Representative Annie Graham. I serve the people of North Yarmouth and the majority of Gray, House District 105.
Good morning, everyone. I am Representative Lucian Daigle, and I represent the northernmost part of Maine, the most beautiful. And we have that argument, and that's good.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Flavia De Brito. I represent House District 64, which is part of Waterville and part of Winslow.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sam Zager. I represent District 116, which is part of Portland.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, along with 16 communities in eastern Hancock County, beautiful down east Maine.
I am Michael Lemlin. I represent House District 53, which is Chelsea, Randolph, Pittston, and Dresden.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dan Shigori. I represent House District 55, the communities of Hollowell, Manchester, and West Gardner.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julie McCabe. I represent District 93, part of Lewiston.
And we are joined by our nonpartisan staff, analysts Sam Seneft and Anna Broom, and our committee clerk, Sophie Dubé.
Thank you and welcome. This morning, for the hearing, we will begin with presentations from the departments and agencies, followed by testimony from members of the public. To accommodate all who wish to testify, we ask that comments be limited to 3 minutes. We are going to be running a clock, if we can make it work. If you would like written testimony distributed immediately, please provide 40 copies to the clerk. And before I go any further, Representative Brennan, would you like to introduce yourself? Representative Brennan.
Good morning. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 115, which is part of Portland. The part that Representative Zager does not represent.
Just one more thing I want to mention before we begin. I know often as Senate Chair of the committee, I'm asked why people don't get more time before the public hearings begin, between the time that the budget comes out and the time we begin our public hearings. And I just, for those of you who wonder about this, I ask you to work backwards with me, starting with our statutory adjournment date, April 15th, and then build in some time that it takes OFPR and the revisor's office to get the budget amendment from appropriations prepared, and then build in the time that Appropriations Committee needs to deliberate on the information that's come back from committees, and the time that the committees need to deliberate on the recommendations to the Appropriations Committee, and then build in 2 weeks of public hearings, and you get to where we are today. So to the public, I'm sorry that given our tight timetable, it's not possible to give you a couple weeks to prepare your testimony to come before us, but hope you understand why, given the statutory deadline that we have to work with, we have to be on this much tighter timetable. So thank you for bearing with me as I try to explain why we're here today and starting our hearing today and not a week or 2 weeks from now. At this point, we will begin by hearing from someone from the DAFs. Well, let me see. I have the DAFs is here to talk about Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board. No. Okay. Is there anyone here from DAFs that will be speaking to that? That's the first on our agenda of hearings. Okay. Well, then we will move on. Disability Rights Maine. Is there someone, Kim, are you here to speak to? Welcome and good morning. I think to my Linda. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kim Moody and I'm the Executive Director of Disability Rights Maine. I will be very quick. I am here on behalf of Disability Rights Maine to express our sincere gratitude to both committees for your consideration of the proposed $20,000 funding. We fully recognize the fiscal constraints facing the state of Maine and the complexity of the decisions before the committee. In this challenging budget environment, your willingness to even consider even a modest increase reflects a meaningful commitment to the protection and advocacy and the rights of Maine people with disabilities. This increase is not only greatly needed, but deeply appreciated. Disability Rights Maine, as you've all heard me say, serves as Maine's federally mandated protection and advocacy agency. It's the system for our state charged with safeguarding the civil and human rights of individuals with disabilities. Through legal representation, systemic advocacy, investigations of abuse and neglect, and public policy engagement, we assist thousands of Mainers each year in securing access to education, healthcare, housing, employment, and community-based services. Demand for our services continues to rise right now, while operational costs, including personnel, technology, and compliance obligations, have increased significantly. At the same time, the complexity and the urgency of the cases that are involving abuse and neglect and rights violations requires sustained staffing capacity and specialized expertise. In this context, the proposed funding increase is both necessary and impactful. Even modest funding adjustments, as I said, have a meaningful impact on our ability to respond effectively, to maintain staffing capacity, and to continue delivering high-quality advocacy to those who depend upon us across the state of Maine. This $20,000 will help sustain critical services, strengthen protections for individuals at risk, and preserve access to justice for Maine people with disabilities. It represents an investment not only in our organization, but in the safety, independence, and the civil rights of Mainers with disabilities. Thank you for your leadership, for your careful stewardship of public resources, and your ongoing dedication to the well-being and rights of Maine citizens. We are truly grateful for your support and partnership, and we are deeply appreciative of your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moody. Are there any clarifying questions from either committee for Ms. Moody? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it. Is there anyone here today who would like to offer testimony in support of Disability Rights Maine proposal or the Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board? No? Okay, thank you. We will move on. And welcome Acting Deputy Commissioner of Finance, Todd Haber. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there? Oh, okay.
But they're not administrative. They're not really they're not the state government. So there's some confusion. When, we thought the department would go first. So if you're not ready for the public,
We aren't ready for the public on the department issues.
this is all we need.
Okay, for the developmental services. Yes, actually, since there's no testimony from the department. Thank you for clarifying what people were here for. It was a little confusing because nobody from the department was here. We welcome public testimony on Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board now, so please come forward. And you'll need to hit the button to. There, great. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, thank you. Senator Rotundo, Senator Ingersoll, Representative Meyer, Representative Katine, and members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Cullen Ryan. I am the chair of the Maine Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board. I have served on that board since its inception in 2010 and served as chair since 2014. I'm also the parent of a 29-year-old man who lives at home with me because he doesn't have the skills or capabilities to live elsewhere, but he's going to need to do that. And so that's part of why I'm here. The Oversight and Advisory Board was established as a mechanism of compliance under 34B for the consent decree to ensure adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities are served adequately with input and guidance from a cross-section of people in the system. The OAB strategically includes people who are recipients of services, parents, service providers, and advocates who have spent their entire careers or lives working within the systems and have a fundamental understanding of the sector. This board provides oversight, guidance, and insights to DHHS to help optimize the system. It reviews data, analyzes shortcomings, and assists with systemic improvements. 15 board members serve voluntarily on the OAB. These are very dedicated people with an enormous amount of collective experience and wisdom. The entire organization is currently held together by one staff member, the board's executive director. The budget has remained unchanged for all 16 years of the board's existence. As you know, costs have increased since 2010 and the budget doesn't reach as far as it used to. It never was adequate to meet the needs of the organization, and volunteers have been caretaking this. Our past two executive directors have stepped up from the board to help well after their retirement, but each can only last so long in that role. The current executive director, and sorry, Bonnie, I'm going to out you, is in her mid-80s and has wrestled with serious medical challenges while admirably filling the role as best she can. We have run out of heroes. The OAB has been unable to attract the talent it needs to properly staff the organization and provide the statutory required service to the population. Supplemental budget before you offers a long-sought remedy. The modest increase in the OAB's operating budget would allow the organization to attract and retain staff to work to fulfill requirements under the statute. This will allow DHHS and the 6,000 people served to much more fully benefit from the assembly of talented volunteers serving on the board. This is a minuscule part of the supplemental budget, but it will much better allow the intention of the statute to be met, something that many dedicated people have worked for over the past decade and a half. The insights offered by the board are invaluable. They allow DHHS to optimize its strategies, which is the best possible way to maximize efficiency. When we get the system right, when we properly serve each person, we eliminate costly crises, inefficiencies, and better allow everyone to be included in our society. Given the magnitude of Maine's investment in this sector, proper guidance and oversight is a very small and key investment that is wise. Our system is imperfect. Of note, the last quarterly report reflected 11,498 reportable events in 3 months, a good reason for an oversight body. And of the last quarterly report from ODES, there are 2,332 people just on the Section 21 services waitlist. The statute called for Maine to put proper safeguards in place. Faith in that commitment allowed the consent decree to be closed. We are currently neglecting that commitment. Please include the portion of the budget that will more properly fund the OAB for the first time in 16 years so we can follow the law and make right by that commitment. People like my son and the 6,000 people like him deserve nothing less. I've included the purpose of the Oversight and Advisory Board and the relevant portion of the supplemental budget. My testimony and others will add detail behind me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Are there clarifying questions? Yes, Representative Arata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. You said there are 11,498 reportable events. Can you, I'm not familiar with what a reportable event is, and could you share with us what that entails?
Sure. Well, they vary. It could be something as serious as abuse or neglect. It could be something as minor as some sort of an incident or event happened where somebody sustained an injury. All are reported, and we are to look at all of them and make sure the system is performing adequately to ensure the safety and well-being of all the people within it. So as you can see, there are a lot of details that happen, a lot of paperwork that is entailed to do that. And then we have to look at that and examine and make sure that things are properly orchestrated and happening as they should.
And do you think that this is a reasonable number of reportable events, or is this out of the ordinary?
I think it's consistent with what we have seen over the years. There are things that happen when people are trying to provide services and care to people, and all of them are documented. And we have to look in to see which ones warrant examination of issues with the system, or which ones are just things that happen over the course of everyday care.
And are these events available to the general public to look at, or just to the department to investigate, or you determine whether they rise to the level of investigation? But what do you do with these?
We look at the system in the aggregate. We generally don't look at individual cases. There are review committees that actually go right, that's part of the Oversight and Advisory Board. And these are volunteers that have been working in the field forever, who work with the department and DRM to examine cases right down to the specifics and figure out what needs to happen to better serve or best serve each individual. And these are decision points. What should happen given this person's behavior? Do they need additional support? Do we need to change things? What is going to be in their best interest? That's all under the umbrella of the Oversight and Advisory Board.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sharm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because we don't have the information in front of us, do you happen to know what the annual budget is for OAB?
Yes, Bonnie has it more specifically, but it is in the neighborhood of $127,000. I think that's right. And this increase would bring it up by $58,000.
And that's an annual allocation in a biennial budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan, for being with us
thank you.
today. We appreciate it, as well as your service. Thank you. Are there others who would like to testify? With regard to the Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kim Humphrey, and I live in Auburn. I'm the mother and guardian of a son with profound autism and who served on the Section 21 waiver, and I'm on the Maine Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board. I'm appointed by the governor to a seat representing Androscoggin County, and I'm testifying for MDSOAB. The reality is that this committee and IDD services in general have historically been under-prioritized and underfunded since the closure of the community consent decree in 2010. My role on the committee is to bring my own personal and systems level perspective to the monthly discussions. And I've also represented MDSOAB on statewide efforts, including the Chapter 5 Behavioral Regulations Committee, which has provided monthly feedback on the major statewide rule change currently being drafted, as well as on the dental subcommittee of MDS OAB. My perspective is also shaped by decades of involvement across Maine's disability and health systems. When my son was born with profound autism, it became clear that the best use of my life's work was to advocate for him rather than to pursue a traditional paying career path. Over time, I have seen that the successes and failures are deeply connected to the successes and failures of the system, his successes and failures. I've also learned that policymakers like you make the strongest decisions when sound policy is matched with the funding necessary for implementation. One of the best examples of this is that much cost and anguish could have been prevented if unmet needs had consistently been prioritized by category as required in statute created in 2007. When decisions are guided by data and collective lived experience, funds are far more likely to be used effectively. The MDSOAB is the only independent statewide structure specifically tasked with providing the level of oversight and accountability for the IDD population. Supporting the funding needed to hire staff to adequately support this committee is one of the most cost-efficient choices you can make to strengthen Maine's system and ensure high-quality programming is delivered effectively. Policy exists for a reason, and providing the resources needed to carry it out will improve lives while supporting the healthier long-term budget through better decision-making. I urge you to vote to retain this funding so that the Oversight Board can operate with efficiency and quality that Maine's disability community and this legislature deserves. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Humphrey. Are there clarifying questions for Ms. Humphrey? We appreciate your taking the time to be with us today.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please join us. Good morning and welcome. Thank you. Good morning, Senators Rotundo and Ingwerson, and Representatives Gatine and Meyer, and all of the members of these committees. I'm Bonnie Jean Brooks from Stockton Springs, and I'm Executive Director of the Maine Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board, and I'm here in support of this part of this supplemental budget. I retired as founding CEO of OHI in Bangor in 2022 after 42 years. I was asked to step in as interim full-time executive director of the OAB for 1 year, 3 years ago. There are no other staff. I've been taking home $21.69 an hour, more than twice less my last paycheck in my former job, and receiving only sick time and vacation time. My decision to accept this position was not based on financial benefit. On the contrary, it was based on my lifelong commitment to persons with intellectual disabilities and autism, including being guardian of a woman with IDD for 45 years. As past chair and member of both the Consumer Advisory Board and the OAB, I have spent decades advocating for systemic change to improve the quality of life of people I care about. I'm not going to go into the history of the OAB, of the Consumer Advisory Board. I think you all know that. It is embedded in statute. And the CAB did become the OAB in 2010 when the Community Consent Decree was found in substantial compliance. The MDSOAB was established, as I said, in statute. It has 15 members comprised of members in a variety of categories that are spelled out in the statute. And its primary function is to provide independent oversight over any programs and services for adults with intellectual disabilities or autism that are authorized, funded or supported by the department or any other agency or department of state government. This is primarily DHHS. The MDSOAB shall, from the statute, provide advice and systemic recommendations to the commissioner, the governor, and the legislature regarding policies, priorities, budgets, and legislation affecting the rights and interests of persons with intellectual disabilities or autism. The statute directs DAFs to administer the OAB budget. The MDSOAB must submit a proposed budget to DAFs. And the statute says that it must include in its estimate of expenditure and appropriation requirements sufficient funds listed in a separate account as a separate line item to enable the board to perform its duties. The contract with the state and MDSOAB has remained the same since 2010, 16 years ago, while at the same time, the compounded CPI has increased by 47.42%. The budget increase before you that is requested by DAFs is to adequately fund a competitive wage and benefits for a part-time executive director and a full-time program manager. The MDSOAB obviously has been chronically underfunded for decades. We have been unable to fulfill our responsibility. Your support of this DAF's request will assist us to make significant gains in performing our statutory role, which we have been unable to achieve. Our board is asking you to support this request, the first one we have made in almost 3 decades. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Brooks. Are there questions? I see none. Thank you very much for joining
Thank
us
you.
today and for your service. Are there others here who would like to testify in connection with the initiative in the supplemental budget dealing with the Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory
I drew
Board?
the short straw and have to go after Bonnie, which is never a good thing.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Anne Marie Mayberry, and I'm in support of LD 2212, Section Z 363, and Part G1. Dear Senator Rotundo and Ergensen, Representatives Gatine and Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I live in Cape Elizabeth. I am the CEO of Three Rivers, which is a new organization that was developed in July of this year with 3 agencies merging together as one. I am the parent of a son who was diagnosed at the age of 8 years old with Asperger's and a longstanding member of the MDSOAB. I first want to thank the governor for putting the funding in the supplemental bill. And I want to thank all of you for listening and being able to hear our testimony. As Bonnie said, the MDSOAB is a 15-member statutorily created board whose sole responsibility is to provide independent oversight of programs and services for adults with IDD and autism. Our charge is to provide advice and systemic recommendations to the commissioner, the governor, and the legislature on policies, budgets, and legislation affecting the rights and interests of this population. In today's environment, independent oversight is not optional. It is essential. We have all seen recent deeply troubling reports of abuse, neglect, and exploitation affecting the IDD population. These incidents underscore why the legislature created this board and why our work matters. However, the MDSOAB cannot fulfill its statutory duties with its current budget of $137,682. That amount covers only a part-time executive director, a contracted bookkeeper, minimal administrative cost, and modest stipends for self-advocates and regional review committee members. We are not even able to afford an office. There is simply no capacity for meaningful oversight. The $58,715 increase proposed by DAFs will allow for competitive wages and benefits for a part-time executive director and a full-time program manager, positions essential to performing the work the statute requires. Equally important is the requested language change in Part G1, allowing funds to carry forward year to year. Currently, the board has no cash flow flexibility, which severely limits our ability to operate effectively. Notable, the board's contract structure has not changed since 2010, as discussed earlier. In the same period, CPI has increased 47%. This request represents the first meaningful funding adjustment in nearly 30 years. The MDSOAB has been chronically underfunded for decades. Your support of this staff's request will finally allow the board to carry out the independent oversight role the legislature intended, protecting some of Maine's most vulnerable citizens. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Mayberry. Questions?
No.
I see none. Thank you for being with us today. Is there anyone else who would like to offer testimony on this section of the supplemental budget? Seeing none, we will move on. Thank you. And I believe the acting Deputy Commissioner of Finance for Health and Human Services, Todd Haber, is here. Welcome.
Good morning.
And
Thank
you have your water. You should be all set.
Plenty of water.
Yeah, and you're sitting down.
And stay
That's good.
hydrated.
Yeah, good. Good morning and welcome.
Right.
And please start whenever you're ready.
All right. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Senator Ingwerson, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Todd Haber, Acting Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services. I am here today to outline the initiatives in the supplemental budget proposal related to the Department of Health and Human Services and speak in support of LD 2212. The Maine Department of Health and Human Services is dedicated to promoting health, safety, resilience, and opportunity for Maine people. The department provides health and social services to roughly a third of the state's population, including children, families, older Mainers, and individuals with disabilities, mental health needs, and substance use disorders. The leadership of the department understands the importance of these services to the health and well-being of not only the people accessing these services, but their families as well. As you are aware, this is the final budget proposal from the Mills administration. Broadly, the proposal delivers financial relief to Maine people, preserves programs, lawmakers, and Maine people support, and addresses some emergent issues, including impacts of new federal legislation. Governor Mills' guiding belief has always been that our strongest asset is the people of Maine, and that is why this budget, like those in the past, seeks to invest in and support them. The administration looks forward to working with the legislature in the coming weeks to enact a balanced budget that supports Maine people and protects the fiscal health of our state. In light of the tight budget environment, even as expenses and expectations increase, we are proposing to continue most of our operations within existing budgeted amounts. The requests we are proposing are focused on compliance with new federal legislation and maintaining funding for critical health services. I appreciate the opportunity now to speak more specifically to the contents related to the Department of Health and Human Services in the governor's supplemental budget. The state's collective bargaining unit agreements include negotiated language related to the budgeting process. Reclasses may be initiated by the employee, usually referred to as reclass, or management, usually referred to as reorganization. Approved employee-initiated actions include a retroactive pay component back to the date the request was signed. Our department's reclass and reorganization requests are summarized at the end of testimony as Appendix A. While we won't read the specifics, we have included the blippi and justification in this testimony on the relevant page in italics for your reference. Our proposal includes the addition of 105.5 positions. We recognize this request is significant, but we have worked to minimize our request to those positions that are imperative for compliance with federal community engagement requirements, minimizing federal cost sharing within the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and supporting critical health infrastructure. I will describe the need and impact of each request throughout my testimony. This proposal also includes language requesting the move of some personal services funding to all other. This language will allow agencies to self-fund a small number of emergent operating expenses through this biennial. Throughout the dozen agencies with this language, it amounts to a total of $6.7 million in fiscal year 2025-26 and $5.3 million in fiscal year 2026-27. For our agency, this language, Part EEE, and amounts to $1,040,664 and $800,000 in fiscal year 2025-26 and fiscal year 2026-27, respectively. I will be testifying in detail on what our agency needs are related to the amount in this language. This proposal also includes references to the July 2025 Federal Budget Reconciliation Law, Public Law 119-21, the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act, or also referred to as HR 1. One further note before we jump in, there are many initiatives in this budget proposal related to the annual change in the federal medical assistance percentage or FMAP rate. This is the federal share of main care or Medicaid costs, and the 2027 rate was reduced from 61.29% in fiscal year 2025-26 to 60.62% in fiscal year 2026-27. The blended FMAP rate is 60.7875% in fiscal year 2026-27. Beginning now and throughout my testimony today and tomorrow, you will hear me reference this several times as it impacts many accounts and programs. The department's budget starts on page A75. The first program on page A75 is Residential Treatment Facilities Assessment Z197. This program has one initiative. This initiative on page A75 adjusts funding to align allocations with projected expenditures and available resources. This initiative reduces other special revenue funds, all other allocation by $150,000 in state fiscal years 2026 and 2027. The next program on page A75 is Consent Decree Z204. This program has one initiative. This initiative, FA1932, on page A45, provides funding to achieve parity with main care cost of living adjustments for certain community behavioral health-related services. Public Law 2025, Chapter 388 approved cost of living adjustments, or COLA, for a wide array of main care sections effective July 1, 2025, and another one effective January 1, 2026. The Office of Behavioral Health funds similar services as Chapter 101 Main Care Benefits Manual, Chapter 3, Sections 13, 17, 65, 97B, and 97D, and 97E. For uninsured clients, but was not given commensurate funding for its contracts. This initiative provides general fund of $44,460 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A59, A60, and A66. The next program on page A48 is Disproportionate Share Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center Z225. This program has two initiatives. The first initiative, FA1406 on page A48, adjusts funding for positions in the Riverview Psychiatric Center as a result of the decrease in the 2027 federal medical assistance percentage from 61.29% in fiscal year 2025-26 to 60.62% in fiscal year 2026-27. The blended FMAP rate is 60.7875% in fiscal year 2026-27. This initiative provides general fund of $851 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A49 and A75. The next initiative, FA1316 on page A48, adjusts funding for positions in the Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center as a result of the decrease in the 2027 federal medical assistance percentage rate from 61.29% in fiscal year 2025-26 to 60.62% in fiscal year 2026-27. The blended FMAP rate is 60.7875% in fiscal year 2026-27. This initiative provides general fund of $154,206 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A49 and A75. The next program on page A48 is Disproportionate Share Riverview Psychiatric Center Z220. This program has 3 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 1406 on page A48, adjust funding for positions in the Riverview Psychiatric Center as a result of the decrease in the 2027 federal medical assistance percentage rate from 61.29% in fiscal year 2025-26 to 60.62% in fiscal year 2026-27. The blended FMAP rate is 60.7875% in fiscal year 2026-27. This initiative provides general funds of $202,847 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A49 and A75. The next initiative, FA 1316 on page A48, adjust funding for positions in the Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center as a result of the decrease in the 2027 federal medical assistance percentage rate from 61.29% in fiscal year 2025-26 to 60.62% in fiscal year 2026-27. The blended FMAP rate is 60.7875% in fiscal year 2026-27. This initiative provides general fund of $266 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A49 and A75. The next initiative, FA 1407 on page A48, reduces funding in the Riverview Psychiatric Center Program General Fund and the Disproportionate Share Riverview Psychiatric Center Program General Fund due to facility security being moved to the Department of Public Safety, Bureau of Capitol Police. This initiative reduces general fund by $100,232 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A75. The next program on page A49 is Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center Z222. This program has 2 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 1406 on page A49, adjusts funding for positions in the Riverview Psychiatric Center as a result of the decrease in the 2027 federal medical assistance percentage rate from 61.29% in fiscal year 2025-26 to 60.62% in fiscal year 2026-27. The blended FMAP rate is 60.7875% in fiscal year 2026-27. This initiative reduces other special revenue funds allocation by $871 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A48 and A75. The next initiative, FA 1316 on page A49, adjusts funding for positions in the Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center as a result of the decrease in the 2027 federal medical assistance percentage rate from 61.29% in fiscal year 2025-26 to 60.62% in fiscal year 2026-27. The blended FMAP rate is 60.7875% in fiscal year 2026-27. This initiative reduces other special revenue fund allocation by $157,764 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A48 and A75. The next program on page A50 is Housing First Program Z374. This program has 1 initiative. This initiative, FA 1930 on page A50, transfers and reallocates 1 social services program manager position and 1 public service manager 3 position from general fund to other special revenue funds in the Housing First program to align the positions with the program funding. This initiative reduces general fund by $64,018 in state fiscal year 2026 and $312,920 in state fiscal year 2027. It increases other special revenue funds allocation by $66,389 in state fiscal year 2026 and $324,700 in state fiscal year 2027. There are no new positions associated with this initiative. The next program on page A60 is Mental Health Services Community Z198. This program has 2 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 1929 on page A60, transfers and reallocates 1 social services manager 1 position from the Mental Health Services Community Program to the Office of Behavioral Health to align the duties and the position with a more appropriate funding source. This role has been funded 100% by the Mental Health Services Community Program General Fund. However, on a day-to-day basis, this role is the principal contract manager for substance use disorder service agreements. This initiative shifts the role to 100% funded by the Federal Substance Use Prevention Treatment Recovery Support Block Grant. This initiative reduces general fund by $31,491 in state fiscal year 2026 and $148,775 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A66. There are no new positions associated with this initiative. The next initiative, FA 1932 on page A60, provides funding to achieve parity with main care cost of living adjustments for certain community behavioral health related services. Public Law 2025, Chapter 388, approved cost of living adjustments for a wide array of main care sections effective July 1, 2025, and another one effective January 1, 2026. The Office of Behavioral Health funds similar services to Chapter 101, Main Care Benefits Manual, Chapter 3, Sections 13, 17, 65, 97B, 97D, and 97E for uninsured clients, but was not given a commensurate funding for its contracts. This initiative provides general fund of $40,972 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A45, A59, and A66. The next program on page A66 is Office of Behavioral Health Z199. This program has 4 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 1934 on page A66, provides additional funding necessary to establish a psychiatric residential treatment facility, PRTF, for youth in Maine pursuant to Public Law 2023, Chapter 643, Part NNNN. This initiative provides general fund of $3,399,680 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, FA 1929, on page A66, transfers and reallocates one Social Services Manager 1 position from the Mental Health Services Community Program to the Office of Behavioral Health to align the duties of the position with a more appropriate funding source. This role has been funded 100% by the Mental Health Services Community Program General Fund. However, on a day-to-day basis, this role is the principal contract manager for substance use disorder service agreements. This initiative shifts the role to 100% funded by the Federal Substance Use Prevention Treatment Recovery Support Block Grant. This initiative increases federal block grant allocation by $32,474 in state fiscal year 2026 and $153,426 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A60. There are no new positions associated with this initiative. The next initiative, FA 1933, on page A66, provides funding for ongoing support to adult treatment recovery courts in Oxford County and Region 6. The Office of Behavioral Health program currently funds treatment and case management services for 7 Maine adult recovery treatment courts. Adult Recovery Treatment Courts, ATRC, in Washington, Hancock, Penobscot County, Cumberland, and York, and Kennebec. The ATRCs in Oxford County and Region 6 have been funded through a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, with Maine Judicial Branch, Administrative Office of the Courts. AOC has communicated that the Federal Bureau of Justice funding being used will be ending September 30, 2026, and this initiative is requesting the funding to be able to continue funding these 2 courts. This initiative provides general fund of $342,760 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, FA 1932, on page A66, provides funding to achieve parity with Maine Care cost of living adjustments for certain community behavioral health related services. Public Law 2025, Chapter 388, approved cost of living adjustments, or COLA, for a wide array of Maine Care sections effective July 1, 2025, and another one effective January 1, 2026. The Office of Behavioral Health funds similar services as Chapter 101, Maine Care Benefits Manual, Chapter 3, Sections 13, 17, 65, 97B, 97D, and 97E. For uninsured clients, but was not given commensurate funding for its contracts. This initiative provides general fund of $78,842 in state fiscal year 2027 This initiative can also be found on pages A45, A59, and A60. The next program on page A75 is Riverview Psychiatric Center Z219. This program has 3 initiatives. The first initiative, FA1406 on page A75, adjusts funding for positions in the Riverview Psychiatric Center as a result of the decrease in the 2027 federal medical assistance percentage rate from 61.29% in fiscal year 2025-26 to 60.62% in fiscal year 2026-27. The blended FMAP rate is 60.7875% in fiscal year 2026-27. This initiative reduces other special revenue funds allocation by $207,478 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A48 and A49. The next initiative, FA1316 on page A75, adjusts funding for positions in the Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center as a result of the decrease in the 2027 federal medical assistance percentage rate from 61.29% in fiscal year 2025-26 to 60.62% in fiscal year 2026-27. The blended FMAP rate is 60.7875% in fiscal year 2026-27. This initiative reduces other special revenue funds allocation by $272 in fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A48 and A49. The next initiative, FA1407, on page A75, reduces funding in the Riverview Psychiatric Center Program General Fund and the Disproportionate Share Riverview Psychiatric Center Program General Fund due to facility security being moved to the Department of Public Safety Bureau of Capitol Police. This initiative reduces general fund by $403,323 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A48. That concludes the initiatives in this section.
Thank you very much, Acting Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner Haber.
Thank you.
Are there questions? The acting deputy commissioner has covered those sections that we had advertised for this morning, dealing with developmental services and adult behavioral health. At 1 o'clock, as advertised, we'll take up other initiatives dealing with main care. But are there questions for Mr. Haber now on any of the initiatives that he has presented this morning? Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. I've noticed that you have a lot of security being moved over to the Capitol Police.
Yes.
How many current members do you have providing security currently?
Currently, there's a rotation of 6 Capitol Police that serve Riverview Psychiatric Center. This funding was originally appropriated while shortly after Riverview was decertified. And now that Riverview is recertified, the hospital is essentially looking to contract with the Capitol Police in a different way and a different service. So this moves the general funds over to the Capitol Police accounts to fund positions out of their general fund or other special revenue. And the department is still planning to contract with Capitol Police or have an MOU with Capitol Police for services like transportation and so forth. So this just changing the model of how we're funding this program.
Thank you.
Are there other clarifying questions for Mr. Haber? Yes, Representative Arata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. Regarding the Housing First program, it's my understanding that the federal government via executive order has changed that, has dropped that program's funding, changed it to a treatment first model. Does that factor into this budget request at all?
So I would have to perhaps provide an answer during the work session regarding the federal changes. The change presented in the budget is moving from a general fund to other special revenue. So part of the real estate transfer tax funds this program, and that's the other special revenue. The positions were originally appropriated under general fund to start the program off, But now that the real estate transfer tax revenue is being received, those positions are now being funded by that revenue source.
So there are no changes to the program?
My understanding is that the program, as stated here, is funded by the real estate transfer tax and is not impacted by the federal changes, but I think we can clarify that in the work session.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Representative Ducharme?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I know the answer to this, but can you, for the folks listening at home, can you explain why FMAP goes from X to Y from year over year?
Sure.
Please.
Sure. The FMAP changes annually. Those amounts are set by CMS. And there is a basket index that CMS uses to discern
And
that rate.
CMS stands for?
Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Thank you.
Pardon me. So thank you for that. So that rate is set each year. It's set based on the cost of living or income amounts in the state, in each state. So it varies from year to year. There are usually small fluctuations. So if the incomes are rising within a specific state, then the FMAP, the amount the feds will kick in, is going down.
So there's good news and bad news with the FMAP.
Yes, so there's
drop.
good news. So the economy is generally doing better. So then it's looked at as the federal amount, then federal participation then decreases. So that's very brief but. Yeah.
Representative Graham. I'm sorry, Representative Ducharme, did you have a follow-up? Oh, okay. Representative Graham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for being here and beginning our day. Let's spend a lot of time with you today.
Yes.
And tomorrow, I think. Would you, I'm listening to all of this, and it really appears that many reductions, many decreases in funding are related to the federal funding changes.
Yes.
And that I think almost every single one is related to that. Is that correct?
In this section of the budget, yes. And that's generally been a downward trend for Maine. So the federal medical assistance percentage has essentially been going down for several years in a row.
And is in particular behavioral health and mental health, has that been a consistent thing for mental health treatment? Or is the federal funding changes pretty much across the board? I'm asking you a question for future reference, but
Sure.
I am very concerned that so much of this, so many reductions are happening in mental health.
So the ones today are related to the hospitals. You'll see ones this afternoon that are related to Maine Care. And that is obviously Maine Care is a broad swath of services that is not just mental health. So this is being applied to the Medicaid program at large. So that is, it's not just mental health.
Any other? Oh, yes, Representative Gatine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for being here today. Following up on Representative Blyer's question, I pointed over there and he wasn't there anymore. The change you're making with the security at Riverview, could we get some more information about that for the work session?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that overall cost neutral to both budgets? Or if we looked at those initiatives together, like, would there be a change in the amount of money requested?
So I can't speak for the Capitol Police portion of the budget. For our understanding is that we are transferring the general fund that was appropriated in prior years that was related to the funding of the Capitol Police. And that will then be transferred over to the general fund at the Department of Public Safety. So whether they had a need on top of that, what was transferred, I can't speak to that, but
if
we can find that out.
But the service is currently being provided by Capitol Police.
Yes.
It'll continue to be provided by Capitol Police.
Yes.
This is a change in funding, and the MOU is the level of service changing, or is there fundamental changes in the MOU? And again, we can get this for the work session.
Yeah, and I think that we can certainly address that in the work session, but the level of need has changed with the certification of Riverview and the just the overall need for the Capitol Police presence. So there's also a security presence at Riverview. There is a security contract there. We have an outside contractor that provides security at the entrances and exits. So it is a bit of a change. There's not any less support from the Capitol Police, but it is changing what is currently being provided for service. And we can provide more information.
Sorry, you just said something that caught my attention.
Yeah.
The level of need has changed. So since recertification, has the
Yes.
level of need increased or decreased over at the hospital?
The level of need has decreased. So the Capitol Police is essentially had a presence at Riverview in order to be able to respond more timely to any kind of sentinel event or any kind of urgent need. That has changed with the certification of Riverview. That has changed with the operation of the hospital there. So this essentially just puts general funds where it directly funds the positions, but we are still going to be taking advantage of the services of the Capitol Police under an MOU. So we're just changing the logistics a bit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
I look forward to getting that additional information.
absolutely.
I see no other questions. Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to the rest of your testimony at 1 o'clock.
All right, thank you.
And are there members of the public that are here to testify on the initiatives that the acting deputy commissioner gave us this morning? Anyone? Oh, please come forward, Ms. Warren.
I'm only hesitating because I know people signed up ahead of me. So if you want to
Well,
call
and
those folks.
We just received the list. Since you're there, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you
Ms.
very
Warren?
much. Oh, yes. Okay, please. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Health and Human Services. My name is Charlotte Warren. I'm a resident of Hollowell. I'm a policy associate at Moose Ridge Associates, and I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services, which I'll refer to as the Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide association representing 34 of Maine's community-based behavioral health agencies who provide mental health and substance use services to over 120,000 children, adults, and families annually. As you all know, the Alliance advocates for the implementation of sound policies and evidence-based practices that serve to enhance the quality and effectiveness of our behavioral health care system. I'm here today to offer testimony on behalf of the Alliance's Executive Director, Adam Bloom Pykopoulos. And we first want to say that we sincerely appreciate Governor Mills' administration has reflected some of the rising costs we see in the Office of Behavioral Health. However, we want to caution that given the impending impacts of H.R. 1, we absolutely need to do more to protect our continuum of care and to ensure that adults, children, and families with behavioral health needs maintain access to quality treatment and services. H.R. 1 cuts nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid nationally, an estimated $5 billion to Maine over the next decade. As you all know well, Medicaid is the single largest payer of behavioral health services in the country. I'm going to skip ahead to, we are urging you to take another look at what passed through Health and Human Services unanimously, and it is LD 721, which would provide $2 million for the CCBHCs. As you know, that this would draw down from between 7 million and 17 million in an enhanced federal matching funds to support the full implementation of the CCBHCs. And I want to remind you that CCBHCs are very similar to FQHCs. They play a similar role that FQHCs play for physical health. These facilities provide comprehensive same-day access to mental health services, substance use disorder treatment, and physical health screening for anyone who walks in the door. As we know, Maine joined the Medicaid CCBHC demonstration, and we're here, we're ready to bring a couple more online. We have attached for you a one-pager, which shows you where they are and what they do. And we're just respectfully asking that you look at that again. It's one-time funding. It represents the entire state, and it really will help us absorb the cuts that are coming. Thank you very much. I see I'm at the end of my time.
Well timed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Warren, are there clarifying questions for her? Yes, Representative Graham.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Those of you on the committee know that this is something I'm passionate about. I just, my concern and my anxiety is that you mentioned the $17 million drawdown from federal funding. Are we concerned that we will not receive that from the federal government, or is that set in stone?
It's hard for me to believe anything at this point is set in stone. I feel worried about every promise and deal we've made with the federal government at this point. I feel very, very concerned about what Mainers are going to experience. And that's part of why we're bringing this piece up, because it is one-time funding. And thank you for all your advocacy.
I see no other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Jennifer Putnam. You're all set? Okay, great. Thank you. And I see that Kim Moody signed up again, but it looks like maybe she's gone. Okay. And Adam Ketchum? Okay, don't see Adam. We'll come back. Bev? Everybody's, yeah.
They were actually put on the show. So I think they figured out.
Okay, thank you.
They'll be back later.
They'll be back later. Got it. And we have quite a few people signed up to testify via Zoom, and I'm wondering if that's the same situation where they're really interested in testifying this afternoon as opposed to, oh, Beth, do you want to, okay, please come forward.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Apologies for not getting here fast enough to sign up on the list. Great.
Please go right ahead.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Representative Meyer, and members of both committees. I'm Beth White. I'm the Director of Politics and Legislation for the Maine Service Employees Association, Local 1989 of the Service Employees International Union. We're a labor union representing over 13,000 Maine workers, including workers at the Department of Health and Human Services. So first, I'd like to say we strongly support the proposal to allocate almost $4 million in funding for the establishment of a youth psychiatric residential treatment facility, which is found on page A66. This proposal will help address the issue of children being placed in hotels and emergency rooms, which often stems from a lack of long-term placements and solutions for these children. There's simply not enough PRTF beds currently to meet the needs, and that's why we strongly support that piece of funding. And we would also like to respectfully ask this committee to include funding to move the remaining Riverview Psychiatric Center and Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center workers into the 1998 special plan in the supplemental budget. This plan allows workers to retire at age 55 with 25 years of service in recognition of the fact that the workers eligible for the plan have high risk, stressful, and often traumatic jobs. We are incredibly thankful that last year, this committee included funding to move mental health worker 1 through 4s at these facilities into the special retirement plans, which we strongly supported. However, there are many other positions at these facilities who also work with patients alongside the mental health workers, and unfortunately, those positions were not included. I can provide the committee with a list of those excluded positions, but it includes nurses, psychiatrists, acuity specialists, intensive case managers, and many others who work with patients on a regular basis. Unfortunately, this has created an inequity in retirement among workers in the facilities, where some workers can retire at 55 under the special plan, but others have to work until either 62 or 65. Across the job classifications, workers often encounter mental, verbal, and physical abuse while at work and face higher likelihoods of on-the-job injuries. All of the workers in these facilities deserve to be in the special plan, and so we ask that you please include funding to move the remaining classifications into the plan in the final supplemental budget. I've attached to my testimony from LD 579, which is currently on the special appropriations table, and its original non-amended language would move the workers from RPC and DDBC into the 1998 plan, but I'm also happy to work with the committee on classifications and wording as needed. So we look forward to working with you, your fellow members of the 132nd Legislature, and the administration to develop and pass a supplemental state budget that meets the needs of all Maine people. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I'd also just like to quickly point out a handful of our members have submitted written testimony, but unfortunately weren't able to be here in person just because of the quick turnaround, but did want to flag that they did take the time to write some stuff up.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White, for your testimony. Are there questions? I see none. We appreciate your being here and appreciate the testimony that we've received from your members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is
Welcome.
Jonathan Brown, and I am reading testimony on behalf of a member who was not able to be here today. So I work with Beth at the Maine Service Employees Association. We represent folks at Riverview and Dorothea Dix. And so I'll be reading this on behalf of member Alicia Clavette. So members of the committee, my name is Alicia Clavette. I am a registered nurse 2 at Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center. I've been employed since March 2009, and I'm writing to you to provide testimony on behalf of myself and my coworkers, requesting that you fund the much needed 2555 retirement plan while you work to craft the supplemental budget for certain mental health care workers. Let me begin by telling you about the clientele that we work with. Many of our patients come to us from jails around the state, and a great majority of them have some history of violence. We are required to work face-to-face with them for 12-hour shifts, providing support and care that includes treating them with dignity, respect, and compassion. This job is truly not for just anybody. It is often the case that patients refuse medication, and it is a weeks-long process to get court-ordered medications, leaving these individuals to further decompensate, thus prolonging their time of stay in the hospital. My work at DDPC has included several acts of violence towards me, my coworkers, and other patients. My personal experience includes having a patient break my chart room door and arming himself with a 20-inch wooden stake, another patient holding a pen over my head in a stabbing manner, and a third patient swinging a metal floor fan by its cord. 3 years ago, I was punched in the head, knocking me off of my feet, and I've never felt so vulnerable laying on the floor at the feet of a patient who just assaulted me to the point of concussion. I was forced to jump back on my feet as this patient was not even restrained, and I missed multiple shifts after this assault and had to use my own sick time to cover it. I cannot count the number of times that I've had to intervene by stepping in between patients, assaulting other staff and other patients. Our work requires us to physically intervene to maintain safety. Not once have I seen a patient go willingly into a seclusion room or restraint when their level of dangerousness warrants it. Although over the years, our policies surrounding safety have changed greatly, the truth is there is still a high risk of violence on these units. Too many times I've seen chairs, tables, coffee carafes, hampers, and garbage cans be thrown at myself and others. You can't just fix it all. We instead have to face the reality that the risk is there and the risk is real. We live in a hyper-vigilant state at all times, which you can imagine is not easy and probably leads to a decreased life expectancy. There are physiological responses during these high stress interactions that go beyond our control. And you can see every time that we have to put our hands on somebody, even if only to redirect, our bodies respond with rapid heart rate, increased blood pressure, and often a boost of adrenaline. I've seen great nurses become so traumatized after being assaulted that they could not return to direct patient care. Please ask yourself, could you return to providing professional quality care to a patient who has assaulted you? That is the reality and expectation. And we have to act like nothing ever happened. The state has recently enacted the 2555 benefit for our mental health care workers. They are half of our team. They, however, depend on the critical thinking skills, rapid assessments, and response and sound clinical judgment skills that our registered nurses provide. In closing, budget constraints have always topped the list to not fund these types of perks. And then I will close that just saying, seeing the budget surplus, seeing that there was $56 million taken from the state employee salary plan to balance the general fund in the 2025, and seeing that there have been many pension raids that have not been fixed since 2011 for state workers and teachers' retirement plan. It is high time that the state provides us some benefits to attract new staff and maintains the one we've got. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. Alicia Clavette.
Thank you very much. Are there clarifying questions for Mr. Brown? Thank you for being with us, and please thank Ms. Clavette for her service as well as for her testimony too.
Make sure to do that. Thank
Yeah,
you,
thank
Senator
you.
Rotundo.
Thank you very much. Are there others in the room that would like to offer testimony on any of the sections, initiatives that we heard this morning? Good
Hi.
afternoon,
Good
good
af-
morning still.
Sorry, good morning. Hi, I'm Bobby Bard. I want to apologize. I didn't really prepare very well because this came upon me very quickly. I'm Bobby Bard. I work for Riverview Outpatient Services. On the outpatient team, I'm an ICM. So I work with people that have been found not criminally responsible due to mental defect. I'm here on my personal time to testify for the supplemental budget. I am on the MSEA bargaining team for the state of Maine's executive branch. We have been working with an expired union contract since July 1st of last year. So now it's been over 8 months. Members of the union have been fighting for nearly a decade to close the state employee pay gap, which has left us with a massive recruitment and retention problem and understaffing throughout the state government, which makes our jobs harder to serve the public. The Mills administration has told us that they can't afford to give us more than a pair or 2% wage increase because the legislatures and the Mills administration took $56 million from our salary plan to balance the general fund in the biannual budget last year. With the $250 million budget surplus, I'm asking in behalf of myself and my fellow state workers to please put the $56 million back in our salary plan with the budget surplus. Please help us get the cost of living adjustment during this affordable crisis. That will help us close the state employee pay gap. An action in the supplemental budget will make the pay gap even worse. According to the information the state shared with MSEA as of November 2024, there has been 25% vacancy rate at Riverview Psychiatric Center. As far as I know, there has been a significant improvement in staffing levels since then. But as where I work, there are 7 employees when it comes to ICMs and management. Over the last year, we've been down 1 ICM. We've been trying to hire one for a year. We just hired one. She won't start for another month. We also have been down 1 manager out of 2 for over a year, and we still have not hired that position. Again, we work with people that have been found not guilty due to mental defect or not criminally responsible due to mental defect. So on my caseload, almost 50% of them are people that have killed at least 1 person. The other percentage, the majority of them, are people that have attempted to kill people. So it's pretty important for us to have fully staffed caseloads or fully staffed in our office. And it's difficult with the salaries that we're getting paid to be able to hire and keep competent staff. So we're asking and begging and praying that you guys put the money back in our budget so that we can keep the staff that we have and be able to recruit and maintain the staffing that we need. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you very much. Questions? We very much appreciate your being here today.
Thank you.
And thank you for all that you do. Are there others in the room who would like to testify? I have a list of people who would like to testify. And I just want to be clear, they're testifying on the initiatives we've heard this morning rather than what we don't know. Okay, well, we'll see. The first person I have is Danielle Charles. Is she there? And then after that, Amy Cherry.
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Welcome, Ms. Charles.
I am here for the colas, so I'll be back for 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Amy Cherry. And then James Bailey.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you. Can
Fine.
you identify yourself, please?
Hi. Yes.
Oh,
good
there you
morning.
are. Hi,
Yes.
welcome, Ms. Cherry.
Good morning. I apologize in advance for any mispronunciations of names.
No worries.
Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattin, members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Ingwersen, Representative Myers, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Amy Cherry. I am here on my own personal time to speak in support of funding LD 579, an act to include certain mental health workers under the 1998 Special Plan for Retirement as part of the governor's proposed supplemental budget LD 22. In the last budget, many of my coworkers and I were excluded from the amended version of LD 579. I respectfully ask this body to correct that and include the workers who were cut from that bill. I am a registered nurse at Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center. I've dedicated over 20 years of caring for individuals with chronic, severe, and persistent mental illness. I've taken pride in helping my patients and the community. I've worked my way up from the bedside nurse to nurse manager, but I remain actively involved in direct patient care, responding to emergencies, assisting with restraints, and intervening in violent situations. Our patient population has changed. We are now receiving individuals directly from jail settings. places where officers can carry weapons, rely on locked cells, and enforce safety through custody. When the same patients arrive, those protections are gone. We are expected to manage the same level of aggression and violence without weapons, without locked doors, and without the safeguards available in correction facilities. When violence happens, it's our bodies that absorb it. I'm also a military veteran with 15 years of service, including 2 deployments to war zone. There are days at DDPC when the hypervigilance and constant awareness of threat feel painfully familiar. We walk onto the unit knowing violence is not a possibility. It is an expectation. I have been emotionally, verbally, physically abused while doing my job, have been threatened repeatedly. My clothes have been ripped, my hair has been pulled, I've sustained injuries while restraining aggressive patients. I've witnessed my coworkers being punched and choked. These are not isolated incidents. They are routine realities of this work. The trauma does not end when our shifts end. It follows us home. It affects our physical health, our mental well-being, and our families. Over time, this work takes a cumulative toll that cannot be ignored. Supporting LD 579 and the inclusion in the 1998 special plan is not about privilege. It's about recognition and sustainability. It acknowledges physical danger and repeated trauma endured by nursing staff and the mental health workers. It also supports retention and recruitment by allowing experienced staff to retire with dignity while creating opportunities for new professionals to enter the critical workforce. I respectfully urge you to use this surplus LD 579 in the supplemental budget. If the state asks us to stand unarmed between violence and the public every day, then please do not let our reward for service be broken bodies, lasting trauma, and silence. We have given our strength, our safety, and years of our lives to protect Maine's most vulnerable citizens. Please do not make us beg to be protected in return. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Cherry. Are there questions? I see none. Thank you very much for being with us today and for your service. Thank you. James Bailey and then Rory Robb. So Mr. Bailey's not there? Okay, great. Not great, but I'm sorry he's not there. Thank you for the clarification. Rory Robb? No, he's not there as well. Vicky Graves Boudreau? No. Okay. Maybe we'll see them this afternoon. Alice Miners?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good
Thank you for
morning.
joining us. Please
Thank you
go
for
right
allowing
ahead.
me. I'm here on behalf of Scott Lockhart, who is an RN4 at DDPC, and I will be reading his testimony.
And can you first please identify yourself?
Yes, I'm sorry. I am Alice Miners, and I am a coworker at DDPC.
Thank you.
My name is Scott Lockhart, and I'm a registered nurse 4, a nurse supervisor at Dorothea Dick Psychiatric Center, formerly the Bangor Mental Health Institute. I have proudly served the state of Maine for 27 years, half my life, dedicated to the care and safety of individuals with severe mental illness. I submit this testimony on my personal time in strong support of this supplemental budget to include those of us left out of the 2555 retirement provision in the last biennial budget. I ask that you include all RNs 1 through 4, which includes nurse supervisors and nurse managers, in this budget. Throughout my nearly 3 decades of service, I've advanced from Nurse 1 to Nurse 4, a progression built on years of direct patient care and firsthand exposure to the physical and emotional demands of this work. I am now 54 years old, and under the current retirement system, I cannot retire without penalty until age 62. I must continue working for another 8 years, bringing my total service to 35 years, before I can retire without financial penalty and with healthcare coverage. Many of my colleagues face an even longer horizon, many unable to retire until age 65. The demands of our work at DDPC are intense, complex, and often dangerous. Our duties include responding to physical assaults, behavioral codes, and medical emergencies. We conduct and oversee seclusions, restraints, and mechanical restraint applications, as well as managing crisis situations, room searches, and observing patients for suicide risk. We're responsible for supervising and supporting staff during rounds and addressing staffing conflicts and ensuring continuity of clinical care during critical incidents. Despite having undergone both a knee replacement and a total hip replacement, I remain actively engaged in these demanding responsibilities. Like many of my peers, I have been hit, kicked, bitten, grabbed, strangled in the line of duty, all while maintaining a commitment to a safe therapeutic environment for patients and staff alike. Our patient population increasingly includes not criminally responsible, incompetent to stand trial, and jail hold individuals with profiles like those managed in correctional environments. Yet while corrections officers and law enforcement personnel who face comparable occupational hazards qualify for a 25-year retirement, mental health professionals performing parallel functions must continue for 10 or more additional years to receive equitable benefits. Staff in their 60s continue to respond to violent incidents under intense conditions, often without protective gear or physical backup. To ask them to do so for decades beyond their capacity is neither reasonable nor sustainable. This is not simply about retirement. Funding LD 579 as part of LD 2212 is a matter of respect, safety, equity, and of workforce sustainability. It acknowledges the high-risk, high-stress nature of mental health care at state psychiatric facilities. It supports recruitment and retention by offering a realistic career path that recognizes the toll this profession exacts. It ensures that those who have dedicated their life to this essential work can retire with dignity and security. Importantly, RN4 nurse supervisors must be included. While our titles suggest supervisory roles, at DDPC, we are still very much direct care providers, deeply involved in clinical operations and crisis response. Excluding us or any RN who has advanced through experience and service would dismiss the significant sacrifices and commitment made throughout our careers. On behalf of the RNs 1 through 4 at Dorothea Dick Psychiatric Center, I strongly urge you to support this measure and ensure that all frontline mental health professionals are included. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your continued support of those of us who serve Maine's vulnerable residents.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing this testimony on his behalf. We appreciate your being with us today. Thank you. Are there questions? I see none. Thank you again. Deirdre Raymond? Is she there? Oh, okay. Maybe we'll see her this afternoon. Is there anyone else, I will once again ask, in the room that would like to offer testimony on any of the initiatives that were shared with us this morning, that were presented to us, that we took up? Seeing none, we will end these portions of the public hearing, and we'll regather at 1 o'clock here to take up main care. Thank you very much.
Let's look it up.
I didn't see you up there.
Good afternoon and welcome to our afternoon session, public hearing on this afternoon on Maine Care, the initiatives that are in the governor's supplemental budget. And we welcome back our friends from Health and Human Services. And because we have a new audience, perhaps we can quickly introduce ourselves again. We'll start with Representative Gatine.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Drew Gatine. I represent parts of Saco, Scarborough, and Westbrook in the Maine House, and I am the House Chair of AFA.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Sue Bernard, and I represent the 37 communities of northern Aroostook County.
Good afternoon. I'm Jack Ducharme. I represent towns of Madison, Norwich Walk, and Cornville in District 71.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 48, including the 6 coastal towns of Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and South Bristol.
Good afternoon. My name is Decca Dela. I represent House District 120, which is part of South Portland.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Brennan, and I represent District 115, which is part of Portland.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Mark Blyer, represent District 138, which is Cornish, Leamington, a part of Hollis and Buxton.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Matlack. I represent the communities of District 43, which includes Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, and part of Owl's Head, all in Knox County.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Arata, and I represent House District 104, which includes New Gloucester and part of Gray.
Representative Mayor? Sorry, whatever. I apologize. I'm sorry, Representative.
Good
Meyer.
afternoon. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's District 150, which is all of Elliott, parts of Kittery and South Berwick, and I'm honored to serve as the HHS House Chair. And I'll go to Representative Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Annie Graham. I serve the people of North Yarmouth and the majority of Gray, House District 105.
Thank you. I am Representative Lucien Daigle, or Lucien Daigle, if you want to talk French. I represent the northernmost part of Maine from Allagash to Masardis, where this weekend we'll have the Can-Am Crown Race.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Flavia De Brito. I represent House District 64, which is part of Waterville and part of Westville.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sam Zager. I'm honored to represent District 116, part of Portland off Peninsula.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, along with 16 communities in eastern Hancock County. Beautiful down East Maine.
Hi, I'm Michael Lemlin. I represent House District 53, Chelsea, Randolph, Pittston, and Dresden.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Representative Dan Shigori. I represent House District 55, the communities of Hollowell, Manchester, and West Gardner.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie McCabe. I represent District 93, part of Lewiston.
And we're joined here in AFA by our nonpartisan staff, Sam Senift, Anna Broom, Rob Stowe, and Sophie Dubé.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. And I am Senator Peggy Rotundo, proudly representing the city of Lewiston, and I am the Appropriations Chair for the Senate. And I would like to introduce our principal analyst, Lucia Nixon. And we have by Linda Mulla Everett today and Becca Davis helping us keep everything in order. So thank you all for being here. I am going to invite the Acting Deputy Commissioner of Finance, Todd Haber, up to present to us his testimony on Maine Care, the Office of Maine Care Services. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Please go right ahead.
All right. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Senator Ingwerson, Representative Meyer. Members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Todd Haber, Acting Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 2212. As I shared with you this morning, the Maine Department of Health and Human Services is dedicated to promoting health, safety, resilience, and opportunity for Maine people. The department provides health and social services to almost a third of the state's population, including children, families, older Mainers, and individuals with disabilities, mental illness, and substance use disorders. The leadership of the department understands the importance of these services to the health and well-being of not only the Maine people accessing these services, but their families as well. The administration looks forward to working with the legislature in the coming weeks to enact a balanced budget that supports Maine people and protects the fiscal health of our state. I will now continue to speak more specifically to the contents contained in the governor's supplemental budget. The first program for this afternoon on page A72 is Office of Maine Care Services 0129. This program has 13 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 1613 on page A72, adjusts funding in the Office of Maine Care Services Federal Expenditures Fund between all other and personal services to correct the allocation of the funding approved in Public Law 2025, Chapter 388, which established 3 Developmental Disabilities Resources Coordinator positions and 4 Public Service Manager 2 positions for the new Federal Home and Community-Based Services Lifespan Waiver. The funding was approved in all other and should have been split between personal services. This initiative moves Federal Expenditures Fund All Other of $419,798 in state fiscal year 2026 and $439,919 in state fiscal year 2027 to personal services. The next initiative, FA 2020 on page A72, provides funding for contracted actuarial services in the Office of Maine Care Services program to assist with forecasting and fiscal management related to the July 2025 Federal Budget Reconciliation Law, Public Law 119-21. A variety of provisions in H.R. 1 introduce significant added financial volatility and risk together with a restriction in financing options for the Medicaid program. This initiative provides general fund of $1 million and increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $1,031,260 in state fiscal years 2026 and 2027. The next initiative, FA 1931 on page A72, transfers and reallocates one social services program specialist 2 position from 72% general fund and 28% other special revenue funds in the Office of Child and Family Services Central Program to 50% general fund in the Mental Health Services Children Program and 50% federal expenditures fund in the Office of Maine Care Services Program to align the funding with the work the position is performing. This initiative increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $14,307 in state fiscal year 2026 and $67,320 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A59 and A68. There are no new positions associated with this initiative. The next initiative, FA 1927 on page A72, reallocates one social services program manager position from 76% general fund and 24% federal block grant fund in the Mental Health Services Children Program to 50% general fund in the Mental Health Services Children Program and 50% federal expenditures fund in the Office of Maine Care Services Program to align the work being performed with the proper funding sources. This initiative increases federal expenditures fund by $15,793 in state fiscal year 2026 and $76,460 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A59. There are no new positions associated with this initiative. The next initiative, FA 2023, on page A72, reduces funding for the approved reorganization of one Public Service Manager 3 position to a Public Service Coordinator 1 position and transfers and reallocates the position from 60% general fund and 40% other special revenue funds in the Department of Health and Human Services Central Operations Program to 50% general fund and 50% federal expenditures fund in the Office of Main Care Services Program to replace work currently being done by a contracted employee. This initiative provides general fund of $14,450 in state fiscal year 2026 and $47,597 in state fiscal year 2027, and increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $14,903 in state fiscal year 2026 and $42,233 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A46. There are no new positions associated with this initiative. The next initiative, FA 2027 on page A73, establishes one provider relations specialist position and two eligibility specialist 2 positions in the Office of Main Care Services Program to support provider and staff payment error rate training pursuant to Public Law 119-21. This initiative provides general fund of $37,006 in state fiscal year 2026 and $154,626 in state fiscal year 2027, and increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $38,183 in state fiscal year 2026 and $159,475 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, FA 2030 on page A73, establishes one comprehensive health planner 2 position in the Office of Main Care Services Program to support program integrity appeals. The July 2025 Federal Budget Reconciliation Law, Public Law 119-21, increases the risk that payment error rate measurement or PERM errors will result in the state losing federal matching funds. In response, the Office of Main Care Services is planning a broader scope of provider reviews to proactively identify correct issues in provider documentation and/or operations. This initiative provides general fund of $14,505 in state fiscal year 2026 and $60,750 in state fiscal year 2027, and increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $14,963 in state fiscal year 2026 and $62,654 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, FA 2022 on page A73, establishes one limited period comprehensive health planner 2 position in the Office of Main Care Services Program through June 12, 2027, to assist with increased eligibility state plan and rulemaking associated with Public Law 119-21. This initiative provides general fund of $14,505 in state fiscal year 2026 and $60,750 in state fiscal year 2027, and increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $14,963 in state fiscal year 2026 and $62,654 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, 2029 on page A73, provides funding for staff augmentation in the Office of Main Care Services Program to enable OMS to respond timely to forthcoming additional guidance and rules regarding the July 2025 Federal Budget Reconciliation Law, Public Law 119-21. There are many details of HR 1 that remain unknown, including areas where the bill indicates that guidance and/or rules will be forthcoming. Funding for staff augmentation will allow the department the flexibility to quickly secure additional targeted expertise through existing staff augmentation contracts, addressing immediate gaps in the capacity when unforeseen impacts arise. This initiative provides general fund of $75,000 in state fiscal year 2026 and $150,000 in state fiscal year 2027, and increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $77,345 in state fiscal year 2026 and $154,689 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, FA 1838 on page A73, provides funding for increased main care disability determination services within the Office of Main Care Services pursuant to Public Law 119-21. introduction to the new work or community engagement requirements and verification provisions that will substantially increase the volume of medical exemption requests submitted by clients seeking to demonstrate that they are unable to meet these requirements due to physical or mental health limitations. These requests must be reviewed and verified by the medical review team in accordance with federal and state policy. This initiative provides general fund of $295,000 and federal expenditures fund allocation of $304,222 in state fiscal years 2026 and 2027. The next initiative, FA 2017 on page A74, provides funding for the approved reclassification of one reimbursement specialist position to a management analyst 1 position in the Office of Main Care Services program, which was approved by the Bureau of Human Resources on May 30, 2025, retroactive back to January 26, 2024. This initiative provides general fund of $654 in state fiscal year 2026 and $1,711 in state fiscal year 2027. It increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $674 in state fiscal year 2026 and $1,763 in state fiscal year 2027. There are no new positions associated with this initiative. The next initiative, FA 2021 on page A74, establishes 2 Public Service Coordinator 1 positions and 1 Management Analyst 2 position in the Office of Main Care Services program pursuant to Public Law 119-21. A variety of HR1 provisions introduce significant added financial volatility and risk, together with a restriction in financing options for the Medicaid program. In addition, HR1 also introduces more stringent requirements around demonstration of cost neutrality under 1115 waivers, section 71118, which will require additional analysis and coordination with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services for Maine's existing human immunodeficiency virus and substance use disorder waivers, along with MaineCare's reentry waiver. This initiative provides general fund of $30,091 in state fiscal year 2026 and $192,664 in state fiscal year 2027. It increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $31,038 in state fiscal year 2026 and $198,698 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, FA 7175 on page T3, provides one-time funding for technology adjustments and compliance with new federal requirements under Public Law 119-21. A variety of HR1 provisions require multiple forms of member outreach, communication, system changes, and upgrades. This initiative increases federal expenditures fund, all other funding, of $206,750 in state fiscal year 2026 and $1,069,932 in state fiscal year 2027. It increases other special revenue funds, all other allocation of $38,942 in state fiscal year 2026 and $537,500 in state fiscal year 2027. The next program on page A47 is Developmental Services Waiver, Main Care, Z211. This program has 3 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149, on page A47, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage from a state share blended rate of 38.71% in fiscal year 2027 to a projected blended rate of 39.26% in fiscal year 2026-27. This initiative provides general fund of $3,506,525 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A51, A53, A54, A55, A56, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A76. The next initiative, FA 7617 on page A47, provides funding to replenish 15 reserve slots for individuals who have been determined priority 1 waiver program candidates under the department's rule, Chapter 101, Main Care Benefits Manual, Chapter 2, Section 21. Home and community benefits for members with intellectual disabilities or autism spectrum disorder. This initiative provides general fund of $942,205 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A56. The next initiative, FA 2143 on page A47, provides funding to increase main care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $12,880,000 in state fiscal year 2026 and $12,877,204 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A53, A54, A55, A57, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A74. The next program on page A47 is Developmental Services Waiver Supports Z212. This program has 3 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149 on page A47, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage state share. This initiative provides general fund of $782,210 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A51, A53, A54, A55, A56, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A76. The next initiative, FA 2143 on page A47, provides funding to increase main care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $2,880,000 in state fiscal year 2026 and $2,879,375 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A53, A54, A55, A57, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A74. The next initiative on page A47 provides funding to align allocations with projected expenditures and available resources. This initiative increases other special revenue funds allocation of $4,000 in state fiscal years 2026 and 2027. The next program on page A51 is Lifespan Waiver Z370. This program has 2 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149 on page A51, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage state blended share. This initiative provides general fund of $782,710 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative provides general fund of $10,953 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A54, A55, A56, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A76. The next initiative, FA 1614 on page A51, provides funding to increase lifespan waiver slots during and beyond the implementation of the new Home and Community-Based Services Waiver Program. This budget initiative will provide funding for the biennium up to 500 youth between ages of 14 and 18, as well as provide up to 15 slots a month to new adult waiver members, equivalent to Section 29 slots. Once Lifespan starts enrolling new members, waiver sections 29 and 21 will no longer enroll new members, and any remaining available slots in those programs will be transferred to Lifespan. This initiative provides general fund of $2,446,950 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A57. The next program on page A54 is Medicaid Services Developmental Services Z210. This program has 3 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149 on page A54, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage state share. This initiative provides general fund of $526,909 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A51, A53, A55, A56, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A76. The next initiative, FA 2143 on page A54, provides funding to increase main care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $2,160,000 in state fiscal year 2026 and $2,159,531 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A55, A57, A58, A61, A67, and A74. The next initiative on page A54 adjusts funding to align allocations with projected expenditures and available resources. This initiative provides other special revenue funds all other allocation by $3,000 in state fiscal year 2027. The next program on page A54 is Medicaid waiver for brain injury residential community services Z218. This program has two initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149 on page A54, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage state share. This initiative provides general fund of $139,613 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A51, A53, A55, A56, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A76. The next initiative, FA 2143, on page A54, provides funding to increase main care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $560,000 in state fiscal year 2026 and $559,878 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A55, A57, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A74. The next program on page A55 is Medicaid waiver for all other related conditions Z217. This program has two initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149 on page A55, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage state share. This initiative provides general fund of $58,422 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A51, A53, A54, A56, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A76. The next initiative, FA 2143, on page A55 provides funding to increase main care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $160,000 in state fiscal year 2026 and $159,965 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A54, A57, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A74. The next program on page A55 is Medical Care Payments to Providers 0147. This program has 13 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149, on page A56, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage state share. This initiative provides general fund of $13,389,785, reduces federal expenditures fund allocation by $20,587,755, reduces federal block grant fund allocation by $3,386, and increases fund for healthy Maine allocation by $471,555 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A51, A53, A54, A55, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A76. The next initiative, FA 7617 on page A56, provides funding to replenish 15 reserve slots for individuals who have been determined Priority 1 waiver program candidates under the Department's Rule Chapter 101, Main Care Benefits Manual, Chapter 2, Section 21, Home and Community Benefits for members with intellectual disabilities or autism spectrum disorder. This initiative increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $1,450,383 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A47. The next initiative, FA 7173 on page A56, provides one-time funding to offset the provider impact of the July 2025 Federal Budget Reconciliation Law, Public Law 119-21, Section 71113, which prohibits federal match for payments to prohibited entities as defined in Section 71113. For items and services for a one-year period beginning July 4, 2025, this initiative is necessary to offset the impact of H.R. 1, so impacted providers can continue to treat main care patients during the one-year federal prohibition. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $2,249,459 in state fiscal year 2026. The next initiative, FA 7171, on page A56, provides additional funding to increase supplemental payments to private psychiatric hospitals. Upon increasing the tax on private psychiatric hospitals from 2.23% to 3.25% effective 1/1/25, the department agreed to pay the sum of the incremental increased tax obligation in the form of a supplemental payment. This increase is a companion to the Hospital Tax Rebasing Initiative, FA 7152, and reflects the increased revenue for this percentage difference associated with the rebasing. This initiative provides general fund of $156,832 in state fiscal year 2026 and $313,665 in state fiscal year 2027. It increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $248,315 in state fiscal year 2026 and $482,843 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, FA 2151 on page A56, provides one-time funding for a 2.5% temporary rate increase to the Medicare physician fee schedule in calendar year 2026 pursuant to the July 2025 Federal Budget Reconciliation Law, Public Law 119-21. This initiative provides general fund of $826,728 in state fiscal year 2026 and $833,130 in state fiscal year 2027. Increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $1,797,457 in state fiscal year 2026 and $1,791,284 in state fiscal year 2027. It increases federal block grant allocation by $72,382 in state fiscal year 2026 and $72,153 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, FA 2143 on page A57, provides funding to increase main care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $29,020,216 in state fiscal year 2026 and $21,497,890 in state fiscal year 2027. Increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $163,745,587 in state fiscal year 2026 and $141,504,196 in state fiscal year 2027. It increases federal block grant fund allocation by $3,789,294 in state fiscal year 2026 and $3,722,198 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A54, A55, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A74. The next initiative, FA 2147 on page A57, provides funding to reduce the federal medical assistance rate for emergency service for non-qualified immigrants who would otherwise qualify for Medicaid expansion from 90% to the base federal medical assistance rate pursuant to Public Law 119-21. This initiative provides general fund of $524,639 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, FA 1614 on page A57, provides funding to increase lifespan waiver slots during and beyond the implementation of the new home and community-based services waiver program. This budget initiative will provide funding for the biennium up to 500 youth between ages of 14 and 18, as well as provide up to 15 slots a month to new adult waiver members, equivalent to Section 29 slots. Once Lifespan starts enrolling new members, waiver sections 29 and 21 will no longer enroll members, and any remaining available slots in those programs will be transferred to Lifespan. This initiative increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $3,757,290 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A51. The next initiative on page A57 adjusts funding to align allocation with projected expenditures and available resources. The next initiative, FA 7152, on page A57, adjusts funding in the medical care payments to providers program between the general fund and other special revenue funds related to rebasing the hospital tax year from fiscal year 2021-2022 to fiscal year 2023-24. This initiative reduces general fund by $10,995,835 in state fiscal year 2026 and $23,905,898 in state fiscal year 2027, and increases other special revenue funds allocation by the same amounts. The next initiative, FA 7174 on page A57, provides one-time funding for supplemental payment to the Maine Veterans Homes for Maine Care residents. This payment is intended to cover any difference between allowable costs and Maine Care reimbursement per most recent cost report up to the appropriated amounts. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $1,192,705 in state fiscal year 2027 and increases federal expenditures fund all other allocation by $1,836,002 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A74. The next initiative, FA 2150 on page A57, provides funding for the annual Medicare Part D rate increase. Medicare rates change annually and funding is needed to reflect a significant Part D increase for calendar year 2026. This initiative provides general fund of $2,335,301 in state fiscal year 2026 and $6,285,364 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A52. The next initiative, FA 7172 on page A58, provides additional funding to cover increased hospital costs. This initiative is a companion initiative to the hospital tax rebasing and reinvests the additional general fund revenue to cover increased hospital costs. These costs include Medicare-related increases to account for changes in the market basket index and interim cost settlement increases and increases in hospital prospective interim payment obligations associated with hospital growth. This initiative provides general fund of $16,419,784 in state fiscal year 2026 and $23,773,758 in state fiscal year 2027, and increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $33,723,975 in state fiscal year 2026 and $54,086,558 in state fiscal year 2027. The next program on page A58 is Mental Health Services Child Medicaid Z207. This program has two initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149 on page A58, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage state share. This initiative provides general fund of $629,451 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A51, A53, A54, A55, A56, A60, A61, A67, and A76. The next initiative, FA 2143 on page A58, provides funding to increase Maine Care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $2,080,000 in state fiscal year 2026, $2,079,549 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A54, A55, A57, A60, A61, and A74. The next program on page A60 is Mental Health Services Community Medicaid Z201. This program has two initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149 on page A60, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage state share. This initiative provides general fund of $848,691 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A51, A53, A54, A55, A56, A58, A61, A67, and A76. The next initiative, FA 2143, on page A60 provides funding to increase main care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $2,800,000 in state fiscal year 2026 and $2,799,392 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A54, A55, A57, A58, A61, A67, and A74. The next program on page A61 is Nursing Facilities 0148. This program has 4 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149, on page A61, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage state share. This initiative provides general fund of $3,469,613 and reduces federal expenditures fund allocation by the same amount in the state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A51, A53, A54, A55, A56, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A76. The next initiative, FA 7155 on page A61, provides funding to reflect meaningful cost differences faced by Maine Veterans Homes nursing facilities and per diem rates for services provided to Maine Care members. This funding would allow the Maine Care program to reimburse Maine Veterans facilities for covered nursing home services on a per resident daily rate basis that is reasonable and adequate to cover the total Maine Care allowable costs of operating veterans facilities. This initiative provides general fund of $505,794 and increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $861,554 and increases other special revenue fund allocation by $87,367 in state fiscal year 2027. The next initiative, FA 2143 on page A61, provides funding to increase Maine Care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $7,300,811 in state fiscal year 2026 and $7,316,300 in state fiscal year 2027. Increases federal expenditures fund allocation by $13,679,814 in state fiscal year 2026 and $13,392,288 in state fiscal year 2027. And increases other special revenue funds allocation by $1,339,189 in state fiscal year 2026 and $1,321,825 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A54, A55, A57, A58, A60, A61, A67, and A74. The next program on page A67 is Office of Behavioral Health Medicaid Seed Z202. This program has 2 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2149 on page A67, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance state blended share. This initiative provides general fund of $204,810 and increases fund for Healthy Maine allocation by $19,844 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A54, A55, A56, A58, A60, A61, and A76. The next initiative, FA 2143 on page A67, provides funding to increase Maine Care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $320,000 in state fiscal year 2026 and $319,931 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A54, A55, A57, A58, A60, A61, and A74. The next program on page A74 is PNMI Rubin Board Z009. This program has 2 initiatives. The first initiative, FA 2143, on page A74, provides funding to increase main care appropriations and allocations to reflect trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. This initiative provides general fund of $2,080,000 in state fiscal year 2026 and $2,079,549 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A53, A54, A55, A57, A58, A60, A61, and A67. The next initiative, FA 7174, on page A74, provides one-time funding for a supplemental payment to the Maine Veterans Homes for Maine Care residents. This payment is intended to cover any difference between allowable costs and Maine Care reimbursement per most recent cost report up to the appropriated amounts. This initiative provides general fund all other funding of $1,386,060 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on page A57. The next program on page A76 is Traumatic Brain Injury Seed Z214. This program has one initiative. This initiative, FA 12149 on page A76, adjusts funding to reflect the increase in the federal medical assistance percentage state blended share. This initiative provides general fund of $782,710 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative provides general fund of $1,873 in state fiscal year 2027. This initiative can also be found on pages A47, A51, A53, A54, A55, A56, A58, A60, A61, and A67. That concludes the initiatives. I'll now move on to the language section. Language submitted on page 23, Part L, changes the base year for the hospital tax from hospital fiscal year 2022 to hospital fiscal year 2024. This change is effective beginning with the May 15, 2026 payment. Language submitted on page 66, Part WW, requires the Department of Health and Human Services to establish reimbursement rates for Maine Veterans Homes nursing facility services covered by the Maine Care Program. It requires the Maine Care Program to reimburse veterans facilities for covered nursing home services on a per resident daily rate basis that is reasonable and adequate to cover the total Maine Care allowable costs of operating veterans facilities. The per diem calculated pursuant to this section for veterans nursing home comprises total nursing facility reimbursement for veterans facilities. The per diems developed under this section must be adjusted for inflation to the same extent that reimbursement rates for non-veterans nursing facilities are adjusted. Language submitted on page 69, Part AAA, clarifies that the total supplemental payment amount to private psychiatric hospitals includes appropriations from multiple acts. Language submitted on page 70, Part EEE, authorizes the Department of Health and Human Services to transfer personal services to all other and capital expenditures line categories in order to fund the replacement of camera and access control system at Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center, rate determinations for Maine Care services, and a comprehensive benchmarking analysis for Medicaid rates. That concludes the initiatives and language in this section.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Commissioner of Finance Todd Haber. Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Haber? And yeah, I know. Yeah.
Seeing none.
Seeing none. And I would ask members of both committees to remember that you will have lots of time in work sessions with folks from DHHS. So if we can keep our questions to clarifying questions, we will have more time to hear from the public, and that's really why we're here today. So Representative Stowe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can hold my question. It is a clarifying question, but it's kind of, I can hold it for the work session and submit it. Is that so that we can hear from the public?
Ask it, that's okay.
Okay. quickly and perhaps we'll cover it in the work session, but I just wanted to know what the department's plans are for implementing the recently completed rate determination for the home and community-based services and lifespan waiver. And maybe you covered that. I know you covered some of the slots, but I didn't know if the rate determination was part of that, particularly the new rates for the home and community-based service adult IDD funding. And is there additional funding needed in the supplemental to meet those new rates? Because I didn't necessarily see that reflected to implement those. And we can do that at the work session. I'm not expecting you to go, oh yeah, right here.
We
On
can
the tip
certainly
of my
provide
tongue.
that. Thank you.
And then any additional funding that you see that would be needed for the lifespan initiative. But I didn't see in here any additional support for the home community-based service rates. So at the work session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Throughout the document, Deputy, you refer to reflecting trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. Was there a percentage that was applied? How did we arrive at those numbers for each of those sections?
So it would be different for each section of policy that would build in that analysis. I think we could provide some more information on how that might break down.
That would be helpful
Yes.
because it's a lot of money,
Yes.
and I know things have gone up, I know drugs have gone up and so forth, but I just wonder how we arrived at the numbers that we arrived at.
Yeah, and we could certainly provide more background on that.
And one more. person.
Please go
While I'm
ahead,
at it.
Senator.
The rebasing, the hospital tax and the rebasing. Is the proposed rebasing consistent with what we have done in the past? Because it's take it from here, do it to here, put it here. Is that consistent to what we have done in the past, or is there a change?
It is somewhat consistent with what we have done in the past. We have reduced general funds. In the past, we have also increased a supplemental pool of
Right.
payments, which we are not doing in this. We are applying the savings, if you will, to other increases in hospital costs related to this.
Okay, so we're not making the hospitals whole then in a sense. So it's going to be costly to the hospitals.
We are covering cost increases that would otherwise would not have been related to this.
Base. Okay. Thank you.
I see no other question. Oh, Representative Ducharme, I'm sorry. And I know what you're going to ask.
I actually have one or two questions, so I'll start and just for clarity, let's go back to FMAP for a second. This morning you were talking about FMAP at 60.7875.
Yes.
You were referring this morning to the federal amount of FMAP.
Mm-hmm.
And this afternoon, you're referring to the state allowed FMAP, which is the inverse of this morning. Is there any significance to why this morning we talk about the federal and then this afternoon we talk about, because clearly 39.26 and 60.78 gets you pretty close to 100. I just need to understand why we talk about it one way in the morning and then one way in the afternoon.
Sure.
I just don't
In this
understand.
section, we're talking about changes to general fund. So we're going to focus on the state blended share and increases in the state blended share that correlate to the increases in the general fund as it relates to the main care accounts.
Okay. Makes sense. Perfectly legitimate. I just didn't understand why one and the other. Second question, payment error rate measurement. Could you talk a little bit about what we're talking about there? Having sat on this committee for a minute or two, we've heard a number of programs come in here and we've got this issue due to payment error rate. And then we got another program, this issue due to payment error rate or documentary errors and so forth. It feels to me like there is a systemic problem there. And I'd like to have you speak to that because as we look through this budget document, you're you're building in stuff to fix payment error rates, and I don't understand it.
And I'll just clarify that it's not necessarily to fix payment error rates. It's to make sure that we're staying within levels that have been established in Public Law 119-21. So that that law certainly, provided like baselines for that. So there are additional penalties if we exceed that 3% threshold. So what we're trying to do is engage in cost avoidance by ensuring that we stay essentially where we have been and underneath that payment error rate, so as not to incur any kind of cost sharing or penalty related to the payment error rate. We can provide more background on that certainly at the work session.
So in layman's terms, HR 1 or public law, whatever you quoted, one big beautiful bill, however you want to refer to it.
However, yeah,
However,
the bill with many names
says you can't have an error rate beyond X%. And if you do, there's going to be a penalty for that. And so what we're doing is we're creating the conditions so that we can make sure that we're under X%.
That is correct.
Okay.
And again, we can provide more background on that as we
Okay.
in the work session as well.
If I could continue, could you, for the work session, it provides some kind of explanation of the types of technology that you're going to need to comply with HR 1? I mean, it
Yes.
just seems to me like there's a lot of money there for technology, and I don't,
Yes.
I'm not afraid to buy technology. Well, I am a little bit, because I'm not sure that we always get the best, but anyway, neither here nor there. I just need to understand, why do we have to buy new computers and stuff
Sure.
to comply with the law?
And there are changes, rather great and small, related to technology that are in the supplemental budget. Certainly complying with community engagement requirements that are in, Public Law 119-21. That is one of the largest technology changes that we're requesting. So
Okay,
a lot on the eligibility side.
okay, good. I don't do HHS all the time, so I just want to make sure I understand. We're transitioning to this lifespan and lifespan waivers as opposed to section 21, section 29. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Because I don't know that.
Yes, it is a transition. Yes.
Okay. Because I've seen lifespan in budget documents in the past, but I never was able to put the connections together. So I appreciate that. Go ahead, Representative.
Oh, yes, Representative Arata.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, you were just pointing to
All
her.
right,
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you for that presentation. That was quite a marathon and you did a great job. I just wanted to compliment you. Going back to the program integrity appeals on page 17, so is this related to the $45.6 million in improper payments that were found in a recent audit?
No, this is related to Public Law 119-21, HR 1.
Okay.
It's related to that.
And I saw in the news that $28.7 million is going to be requested by the federal government as a refund for some of those improper payments, but I don't see that in this budget document. Are we going to balance this out somehow?
So with that finding by the OIG, it is up to the state to go back and review. And certainly CMS made a recommendation based on an extrapolation of that audit of what should be repaid. It's up to the state to go back and review those cases, all of those claims, to determine case by case how much was improperly billed to the federal government. So then it would be up to the state, if the state determines if DHHS determines that payments were improper, then federal share would be returned.
So,
And we would seek recoupment from providers.
so at some point, if it is, where would the money come from to pay that then? If it's determined that we do
Sure.
need to pay that?
Sure, it would be recouped from providers
Oh,
and then it would be returned.
okay. All right, I guess we need to talk about that more maybe in the work session. 'Cause I'm not, you can't always get blood from a stone.
Understood.
Page 29, can you clarify what are the prohibited entities?
Those are the prohibited entities
Mhm.
referenced in the section. They would be Planned Parenthood of Northern New England and Maine Family Planning.
Okay. And then a lot has been said about the hospital tax, but from my understanding my understanding is that loophole was closed and the rule was finalized last month. So I thought we weren't going to be able to charge a hospital or provider tax anymore. Can you explain what I'm missing?
So you're talking about the supplemental pool?
Well, there's the provider tax, and then we
Oh,
get federal match from
okay.
that. and so-
Yes. So that is still, those rules are still being formulated by CMS related to HR 1 as to amounts. So we had increased the tax rate up to 3.25%. It's yet to be determined whether rebasing it would still be permitted under that act. So we are moving forward with the rebasing, which was the standard practice that the state has engaged in for quite a period of time. So we are moving forward with rebasing pending CMS review.
Okay, so it seems like there are still a lot of unknowns at this point.
There are some unknowns with HR 1, and I think that's true throughout the budget proposal. I think that's stated some of the proposals that we made, that the department has made are because of unknowns related to HR 1.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Ducharme and then Representative Fredette.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on Senator Moore's question about trends in healthcare costs and enrollment. I just did some quick math and it's about the 26 number. If you aggregate all of those entries is about $50 million. And then at 27, it looks to be about $42 to $43 million. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to be throwing in a budget document and saying, well, we think we might have increased costs. That's almost $100 million over 2 years. I think I need to have a little bit broader explanation for the work session on what trends in healthcare costs and enrollment means. Please and thank you.
Absolutely.
Representative Fredette, do you want to introduce yourself and Representative Rana also?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Ken Fredette, House District number 33. Sorry, got here a little late. In regards to let's just call it roughly, I think you referenced or Senator Rada indicated roughly $25 million that might be due back to the federal government. But my recollection is that when I served on this committee before, we sort of always sort of budgeted paying that money back. And then I assume we then chased down the providers to get some of the money back. So your sort of representation that the money's going to come from the providers, is it more the reality that the state's going to cut the check and then we're going to go chase down the money? Or is it we're going to contact provider X and get money from them and then send the money? And so I guess that leads to the question, which I think what the good representative was referring to is if it's the case that we sort of have to cut the check, what is sort of the likely time frame that we would have to build that into a sort of a budget if that's going to be the case?
It would be up to CMS to determine whether they were going to send a disallowance for those funds, and then there would be time to respond to that. So if CMS chooses not to disallow and allows the state to go through their review process, then the timetable changes, and we can provide more clarification for that at the work session. But
Yeah, so if I may, Madam Chair, I'll just be very brief.
Clarifying question.
Yeah, so I guess for the work session, I mean, again, I understand sort of the process kind of is a back and forth. But I would think that we could find some sort of likely time frame. Because even if we get through this budget cycle, we need to be looking at the next.
right,
And so I think we're looking for clarity on, when or if do we have to build that in? Because I'm assuming at some point in time, we're going to have to write a check for something. And if so, when? And I don't want to ignore it and pretend that it's not there until we see the next budget cycle. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. And Representative Rana, and then I believe Representative Gateen, did you have your hand up? Yeah, okay. Representative Rana?
Got the stick. Okay, there we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Umbreen Rana. I represent House District 21, Bangor.
Thank you. Representative Gateen?
Thank you. I think actually that back and forth between you and Representative Fredette answered some of my questions, but again, I think it would be helpful for the work session for us to understand the process here as clearly as possible. What I think I heard in some of this back and forth is there's been a communication from the federal government to DHHS. Still an opportunity for DHHS to evaluate that inquiry and possibly dispute it. I mean, there's been no demand from the federal government yet that we
correct,
pay any money back, that we are subject ourselves to recoupment.
right.
I mean, I remember this going on with Riverview, where there was a lot of back and forth between what was ultimately going to happen. Should the department be requesting the money? There was just a lot of this similar conversation. I think it would be good for this committee, for both committees, to sort of refresh our recollection about what this process looks like. Because the simple headline that the federal government has identified something is really the beginning of a process, not the end of a process in terms of the financial situation of the state.
Correct. The Office of Inspector General sampled 100 main care members for a period of a month and then extrapolated out regarding what they would expect the total cost to see based on the sample that they used. It's up to the department to then truly go back and review all of the records to determine if all of those are improper or partially improper payments. So we're still very much at the beginning, still very much evaluating what the implications are. So just to give a timetable of when costs may be due back to the federal government, I don't think it can be determined at this time, but if I had to speculate, I would say it would probably not be within this biennial budget. It would be a future budget that would.
But I do think it'd be good for us to understand that so that we can also.
Yes, I think
yeah.
providing some additional documentation on the process and the timetable, expected timetable or possible timetable, we can certainly provide that at the work session.
So also, again, following up on some of the other questions, the PERM program has been around for a long time. And I was aware of this issue on the SNAP side of the need to try to get our error rate down to avoid negative financial consequences.
Right.
I wasn't super aware of that there was something similar within PERM. So again, information you could bring us back
Absolutely.
on that, including, if you think it's, including I think this program's been around for 20 years. So what the rate has been, how it's moved, I think would be helpful for us to know as we sort of think about things we can do to continue to try to bring it down or mitigate it. And then I guess the final thing, again, piggybacking on some questions that Senator Moore and Representative Ducharme asked. So I do think we want to think about the trends, in spending in this program and how it impacts future budgets. And last year, we provided funding, because of the trend. And this year that trend seems to be continuing upwards, and, who knows what we'll be asked to do next year and the year after that. So, my sense is that in fiscal year 26, the fiscal year that we're in right now, the request for additional money is based upon what you're seeing in the current claims cycles, the weekly cycles you pay providers. And as you get closer to the end of the fiscal year, you can have a much better guess as to where you're going to land and the money you're going to need. But when we're looking at into 27, into 28, again, as much as we can learn about the assumptions that you're making, and how you see those trends going. Because again, my understanding is that enrollment has leveled out. So, we're not seeing something that I would think is directly related to an increase in enrollment, but there's clearly still some things in there that are causing the cycles to go up and the payments to go up. So again, just as looking down the road beyond this supplemental, I just think we need to build some awareness around that. Sorry, that wasn't a question, so I apologize.
Well, it was a request for information. Representative Fredette, and then Ducharme, and then Lemon.
Yes, and just a clarification on the chair's question. I remember that the department did a very nice sort of presentation at the beginning of last session on sort of where they thought the department was. And maybe we could get maybe an update on that. I mean, there should be some actuals now that we could plug in there, and then maybe just update that, the charts for someone like me who has a hard time reading. If we could maybe update those charts and show kind of what was maybe projected and where we are now, I wouldn't think would take a lot of work, but would be helpful in terms of understanding if the actuals are affecting the trends going forward. Thank you.
Representative Ducharme.
I think this is truly a clarifying question because I don't know. In the initiative where it talks about prohibited entities, the initiative goes on to say to offset the impact of HR1, so impacted providers can continue to treat Medicare patients during that 1-year federal prohibition. So that prohibited entities is a 1-year prohibition. And by virtue of this initiative for $2.2 million, the state is going to stand in and cover those costs that would normally be covered by the feds?
Correct. That is the estimated federal share for the claims that would have come to me into Medicare.
Thank you.
Representative Lemon.
Thank you, Senator. Well, that was one of my questions. Basically, that the state of Maine is everything that HR1 prohibits. The state of Maine is going to ask the taxpayers to come up with the cash for that, correct?
If you're talking about that initiative,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. And number 2 is you're adding multiple positions. And it's in here, you're saying that because of HR1, you need to add multiple positions. Is that correct?
That is a request, yes.
Okay. Because that's something I just don't understand. If you could provide me with something at the work session, because I don't understand why all HR1 is saying is that you need to do things correctly and have accountability. And you're adding multiple positions to do something it looks like that you should already be doing. So I'm not sure why to follow HR1 standards, you need to add positions. You already have staff to do that.
So I thank you for the question. And HR1, there are additional requirements and oversight and penalties or cost sharing involved with HR1. And a lot of the positions that are requested are to comply with additional standards, but also to avoid costs and to make sure that we are processing everything internally that we can be to avoid additional costs or penalties as well. So in the italicized portions of the presentation, there is a little bit more documentation, but we can certainly bring more information to the work session about the positions and the functions and what they would be doing. So
That would be nice because to me, everything that I've read in HR1, the state of Maine should have already been doing anyway. So you should already have the staff in place to implement it.
yeah, there are certainly quite a few additional eligibility related aspects of HR1 that the state is not currently doing that are new with HR1. So, but we can bring that information in the work session.
Representative Matlack?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Do you have any idea what the overall fiscal impact of HR1 is on this state? I mean, there are requirements for 97 additional staffing positions to ensure that SNAP people work, whether or not they're qualified. And I wonder what other sorts of burdens there might be in HR1 that the state of Maine will have to pay that are just cruel and unwieldy and are not in keeping with other programs that we're running.
And we could certainly bring to the work session the impact related to DHHS as far as the larger provider community, that there's certainly impact to the broader provider community as well. So that's.
Representative Meyer, did you? Representative Murata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We spoke briefly about the consequences for errors in billing. Are the consequences for fraud similar, or will the federal government not hold us accountable if we're, as a state, victims of fraudulent billing? Or do you know?
I'm sorry, could you just restate that?
Sure. I mean, we're operating under the assumption here that that there were errors. There were errors found in the audit. But if it's discovered that that was actually fraud, will we still have to pay back the money to the federal government, or are the consequences different?
As it relates to HR1?
As it relates to the audit that we're talking about on page 17, program integrity, things of that nature.
So, well, I mean, we would certainly go through our normal process related to fraud. And if it was determined that federal share was owed back, then we would certainly repay it.
So you don't know if there's any difference in the penalty to us?
I would have to look further back at it. I would say that fraud would still be up to the state to recoup, but.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Fredette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think sometimes the work that we do here, obviously critically important, but I think for the people back home, you know, I think really the question is, what's the impact of what's going on back home? And I'm thinking of last year, you know, on the closing of the birthing center in Holton, Maine, where I was born, the birthing center down in Bar Harbor. You know, it's a closing of the Waterville hospital and whatnot. I see Jeff Austin here from the Hospital Association. Understanding that there's changes, and I suspect there's always changes. I mean, that's what happens over time. But are we looking at what's the impact on hospitals? Because I think for the people back home, what they care about is that they have access to doctors, access to hospitals. You know, when you live in Holton, Maine, and you want to have a child, and you're looking at a 2-hour drive to Bangor or an hour to Presque Isle, that's kind of a big deal. So just for maybe the work session, it would be helpful. And I know that there's some money for rural hospitals that Senator Collins has talked about that's may become available. But what I really am concerned about beyond sort of the impact and people we might need to hire is what's going to happen to our hospitals, access to doctors. Because I think at the end of the day, that's what the people back home really care about is are those facilities going to continue to be able to exist and provide the services, particularly in rural areas, that people need, so they don't have to get in a car and drive 3 hours to see a doctor.
Appreciate that. And it is something that we have submitted in the supplemental budget is an initiative for projected hospital costs. So that is part of the governor's supplemental budget, but we can certainly discuss more, have more information for the work session.
And if there are no other questions, we do have a lot of people that want to testify today. Mr. Haber, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
For your presentation. We appreciate it. And appreciate the information that you'll be getting for us. While we're setting up the podium, let me just say that the first person on our list is Jess Fay, followed by Jeff Austin. Welcome back to the Appropriations Committee, Honorable Fay. Welcome back.
Thank you, Senator Rotundo. Very much. It's nice to be back. It's funny, I have my little stopwatch here.
Great, because we are running a 3-minute clock, you will remember.
I will remember.
Yes, model good behavior.
I will model good behavior as best I possibly can. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Representative Meyer, and members, esteemed members of both committees. I'm Jess Fay, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director for the Maine Council on Aging. I'm also here as a member of Maine's Essential Care and Support Workforce Partnership. We collaborate to build the conditions needed to support a strong care workforce. We're testifying neither for nor against this supplemental budget because we believe this proposal does not reflect commitments the legislature has made to the people of Maine for direct care. Your past actions have clearly shown that people who are eligible for care under the laws of this state and nation should receive that care, and we thank you for that. 5 years ago, these two committees built a system that created stability and predictability for care workers and the people who are entitled to care. You set the labor portion of the main care rate for this work at 125% above minimum wage, and you required COLAs to be paid each year to ensure increases in years when reimbursement rates were not being reviewed. This sent a message to care workers: the work they do is important and valued, and created a reliable way for providers to budget for growth. What you did was good policy and created new growth in the workforce, which began to reduce the care gap. Unfortunately, because of the way we budget, when the workforce expanded and more people got care, this caused a deficit. Instead of requesting an appropriation to maintain the workforce and meet people's needs, the department did not request funding nor issue the required COLAs. And I do want to thank this committee for adding COLAs for direct care workers into the one time into the budget. These decisions by the department were made without prior notification to you or to those providing care. These actions are undoing the good work you did to begin to grow the workforce. Until we appropriate sufficient funds to ensure steady growth in this workforce and a reduction in the growing care gap, we will continue in a cycle that leaves older, vulnerable people without care, ultimately costing us more. Just for the care of older people who are nursing home eligible but elect to receive care at home, more than 23,500 hours of care goes undelivered every week. We all want to live healthy and meaningful lives as we age. When we deny people the care they need because we don't fund it, we also deny them the opportunity to contribute to our communities and to live their lives in the way that they choose. To the extent that these communities contemplate using the budget stabilization, these committees contemplate using the budget stabilization fund, we urge you to set aside funding for strategies that have proven effective in retaining current workers and growing the essential care and support workforce. This supplemental budget proposes permanent breaks for large corporations at the expense of ongoing support for direct care. If we claim to value workers and those they care for, then we need to appropriate the funds necessary for that care. Making an investment now to improve job quality for those who make up the foundation of our healthcare system means that we won't continue to fall further behind. As the crisis in care continues to grow and threaten access to care for all of us, workers, providers, carers, and policy experts have come together as Maine's Essential Care and Support Workforce Partnership. We collaborate on solutions and advocate for adequate funding. We are proud of past work and looking forward to working with all of you to move that work forward in support of a strong care economy. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fay. Questions? Yes, Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think, again, going back to the basics of what Maine people expect. I mean, we are the state with the oldest population in the country.
It's true.
I'm fortunate that my father is still alive. He's a veteran. He's almost 87 years old. But my mother, who was very sick 2 years ago with dementia, and so you had an 85-year-old man caring for a very needy 84-year-old woman. And we reached out to all of the services that, quote unquote, theoretically are available, and essentially struck out. I mean, there are none. I mean, when people are talking about this one and that one, you can call all you want, but people aren't there. And it's, my guess is because we don't have the people. And so I guess my question is, your testimony talks about 23,500 hours of care that goes undelivered every week. I mean, how many people in Maine are we talking about? Are we talking, take that and divide it by 4 and you've got 6,000 people?
It's a great question, and I don't know off the top of my head the specific number of people who aren't receiving care, but that's certainly some information we can try to find. I would also say that that sometimes it's difficult to understand that because of the way that we keep track of what the care gap actually means.
And so one last question, Madam Chair. So in regards to your testimony, what I'm really sort of reading here is that because the COLAs aren't being paid, aren't being funded, you don't have the bodies available because they won't work at the current rate. What's the analysis?
I think there's a lot of different reasons why people don't join the direct care workforce. I think one of the most driving reasons that we hear about is that it's low pay. It's really, really hard physical and emotional work, and the pay is low.
In last question, about how much money do you think it would take to sort of bring the program up to par in terms of the COLAs? Do you have a number?
I don't have a number off the top of my head.
Can you provide
but
us one for the work
I
session?
think we can try.
It'll
be a very
great.
big estimate.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your work. Mr. Austin, and then Sarah Calder. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Representative Meyer, members of both committees. My name is Jeff Austin. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Hospital Association, particularly to speak against one provision. It's the hospital tax increase that you've heard about on A57 and Part L language. Currently, we pay an income tax to the state, and it's roughly $177 million per year. We're one of the largest taxpayers to state government that exists. The budget proposal would increase that by $24 million per year, bringing the total, if enacted, to $200 million a year that hospitals pay in taxes to the state. Changing the rebasing, as we call it, we don't like it, but we understand that it happens from time to time. And while we can never support it, we can sometimes look the other way when it happens. However, for decades, this state has done rebasings with a consistent policy. That is not being done in this budget, and that's why we're opposed. So for years, there has been, at the time of a rebasing or a tax increase to hospitals, some adjustment to our reimbursement rates or the supplemental pool or some other mechanism to try to help mitigate the impact of that tax increase. That's absent from the budget this year. So in context, in 2024, all of the hospitals combined, those that made money, those that lose money, if you added that all up as one balance sheet, they made about $21 million. This is a 24 million, one stroke tax increase that would wipe that out. So we have 4 requests. This is on page 2 of my testimony. I'll try to be quick. One is they would like to rebase the tax immediately and get a tax payment in May. That's like 90 days from now. That's not in anybody's budget. We were not given a heads up. There was no way to plan for that. So just like you did with the COLAs, remember last year where COLAs were given and then they were taken away in the middle of a year and you reversed that? This kind of needs to be reversed. I don't think we can come up with $10 million in 90 days. The second is to rework the $24 million ongoing rebasing in 2027 to do it the way you've always done it with what we call match. 2 new issues not in the budget. And these are items 3 and 4 on my testimony. One is we went around the barn several times last year on a cut to hospital employed doctors. You scaled back that cut and we appreciate it. We still have never really had a chance to talk to the department about the methodology they're using. We really would like the opportunity to sit with them. We have always worked with them on reform, on rate reform. We've been before you on rate reform. We have not had that chance despite requests. We would like you to potentially spur that conversation along. And then 4th, you graciously, after many years of us asking, you graciously gave something that we call the days awaiting placement payment. This is a payment that covers when Medicaid patients get stuck in hospitals. Normally, we would forego any payment. Once they're cleared, medically cleared for discharge, we would get nothing. You graciously gave us a daily rate, essentially the nursing home rate, but it's capped and we've hit the cap. That's how many people are stuck. That's how many days people are waiting. We've hit the cap. We would like that cap lifted. This is hard stuff. Medicaid is your big entitlement. It's a hard program to manage. It's a hard program for the department to manage. We get it, but we're in a difficult spot too. We have a lot of members losing money, as you've heard, reducing services, joining systems, giving up independence, cutting jobs. It's tough out there. So we both have to do this together and we look forward to working with you together on this. And that's what we hope to do. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions and I can try to answer Representative Harada's question.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Questions? Yes, Representative Ducharme.
Sure, I'll go. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
On this day's awaiting placement, do you know what the pending claims are for FY25 that probably won't get paid?
I don't. We're 3/4 of the way through, so presumably we have another 25% to go, $500,000 or so on the state. It's a $1.5 million program, so you're looking at another $500,000. You can divide that by the nursing home rate. I don't know what it is, a couple $100 to try to figure out the number of days. No, we don't have that data. The department would presumably have the total number of days they've paid for and the total number of patients. Probably be good to see.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Fredette and then Representative Arada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if it's Representative Lemlin or Representative Drinkwater that's talked a lot about the money that's sort of owed the hospitals, but it just sort of is taking forever for them to get paid. Do you know how much money that is right now?
We could get that for you. And I want to be clear because there was some confusion. We besmirched the department, not at all on this. It is a process that takes time.
Right.
Because it takes time, you developed a system to help the nursing homes where you sort of pay what you probably are going to owe a little bit sooner in the system. So the department hasn't done anything wrong. It's just, it would be nice if we had the same, not expedited, because we have to wait 2-3 years sometimes. I don't want to call it expedited, but if we could have the payments quicker than the system allows, and there's a way to do it. It's the way you do it with nursing homes. But I can get you that number. It's a couple $100 million, and it goes back a year or two. It goes back 2 or 3 years, and sometimes even longer. Again, they haven't done anything wrong. It just is a slow process. There is a way to make it better, though.
All right, but
And
just.
that's what his bill does. That's
Right,
what
but just-
Representative Drinkwater's bill
Right,
does, and that's on your appropriations table.
So just for clarifying purposes, though, I mean, there's roughly a couple $100 million out there that the hospitals are owed, that we sort of have this arduous process that slow pays them.
Well, it takes a while to validate and clear those payments. It does. Our batting record is what we submit is 99% accurate. And so you can feel comfortable paying maybe 75% of that amount fairly quickly, and then holding back 25%, which is what Representative Drinkwater's bill does, I believe, modeled on what you do with nursing homes. So
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Arada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Austin. I would love to give you the opportunity to answer my earlier question about the.
yeah, the answer is I don't know. Nobody really knows. I mean, the things that are certain are the tax rate. That is pretty certain. You cannot go above 3.5%. What is also pretty certain is you cannot expand the base to other services. So you guys looked at ambulances last year. You look at pharmacy last year. You didn't do it. Those ships have probably sailed. The question up in the air is, can you change the tax year against which your rate is applied? You can read the language. I read the language and it's unclear to me. I think the fear would be you also have an administration that's going to interpret it. And what are they going to do? So there's words on a page and then there's people in seats. And so it's up in the air. I think that's fair to say.
Yes, Representative Ducharme and then Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go back to getting hospitals paid. For the work session, can you, or maybe somebody from the department, provide to us kind of a step-by-step process so that we can understand why for a procedure that Maine Health does today, they may not get paid for 2 years. When you go to McDonald's and you order a hamburger, you have to pay for it.
Yeah.
And I get that surgery is not going to McDonald's and buying a hamburger, but at the end of the day, the hospitals still have to pay surgeons and nurses and staff and so forth and so on. And it's unconscionable to me to think that here in state government, and I can speak like a banker because I was, we're sitting on the money in our accounts and generating the interest on the float while we have hospitals across the state closing. That just, it's unconscionable to me. And if it's because we've got a payment system that doesn't work, then we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't say, let's figure out a way to fix this, because we got to do something.
I appreciate that. I really want to be clear. We are not saying anything bad about the department. I will do that on occasion if I think it's appropriate. This is not on them. It is a very complicated system. Essentially what it is we have to wait for the year to end. So assume a calendar year, January to December. Once that year ends, we then have to submit books up to the department because it's complicated reimbursement systems. That takes us a while to close our books. So now we're 6 months into the next year. Then they get time to clear their books, to validate what we've submitted. Then it just takes time for the money to get out. So you're now you can be 2-3 years out. Nobody's done anything wrong. I don't want to allege that. The easier fix to the underlying complication is by the time I submit my books, it's easier for me to personalize. I don't submit it. Once I've submitted my year-end books, you can be 99% sure that they're pretty accurate. So I think we're okay with the state holding back something upon submission. But everything is held upon submission until it clears. And the workaround is the easier, and it's a one-time thing. You just skip the record forward. It's not an ongoing appropriation. You're just skipping a record. And once you skip it forward, then we will be closer in time to, it won't be real-time payment. It'll be 12 months, 18 months. It'll still be delayed, but you can get closer in time. That's what that bill does, and that's what we're seeking.
And don't mistake my comments for beating up the department.
Yeah.
I just look at processes and systems and go, if it doesn't work, let's fix it. And clearly, when we look at hospitals closing, something's not working. So we need to look at every single thing that we're doing. And your explanation is helpful. And I hope in the work session, we'll have greater explanations and details on that.
We're going to have a big conversation about healthcare systems not working this session, I think.
Perfect.
Representative Gattini and then Representative
I
Zager.
just want to clarify something. Main Care pays hospitals every week.
Yes.
Okay. There's this narrative out there, I think I just heard it, that hospitals don't get paid by Main Care.
Yeah, we get paid most of what we're owed in close to real time. Some of the reimbursement systems are complicated and such that you have to reconcile things later on. So the amount of the payments, it's a small percentage, but they add up over time. I mean, it's a couple $100 million. And when we have cash on hand on average of like 10 days, and that's average, or excuse me, median. Half our members are less than 10 days cash on hand. So yes, there are some urgency for the remaining money, but I
just don't want this narrative out there, which I've seen not outside of this room, that the weekly payment cycle does not include millions and millions of dollars for hospitals every week.
We're not in a not paying hospital.
And I don't dispute or doubt what you say, that the vast majority of these cost settlements ultimately get paid. But it is basically an audit process. That's what you file cost reports, and the obligation for the state to pay you is after the audit is completed. And I think we want to make sure that we're doing our auditing correctly. But what you're saying is, based on the fact that ultimately most of the money gets paid, it seems fair to the hospitals that they get a higher percentage of that money upfront.
Upon submission.
Upon submission. And that bill is passed both bodies and sitting on the table.
This will be a glib comment, but if we owe you money, I think we have to pay upon submission.
Fair enough. Fair enough. right.
Representative Zager?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Jeff, and the doctor. Totally acknowledge it. This stuff is extremely complex. I want to go to the tax thing, which you put up front in your testimony. Personal income tax is very elaborate. There's all sorts of deductions and different brackets, et cetera. Not sure if it's a now thing or if it's coming back with a work session with a little one pager or something, but looking for a little better understanding, please, of how that $177 million is figured. In other words, is there a rate that is applied? Is that applied to all hospitals depending on which peer group they're in, or et cetera? Well, and also, is that based on net income or is that based on gross receipts, or, how is that number derived at? And does that, and what is the variation in how that's applied to different hospitals that are in very different circumstances?
We'll get you a one pager for the work session, but it's very simple. It's a 3.25% rate, but it's top line income. This is not a net income tax. If it was net, we'd be paying on a very small fraction of our income. We pay on top line gross income. So that's why it's so high. If it was a tax on our profits, which is what normal businesses pay, it would be nothing.
Assuming it was 3.25%.
Yeah, 3.25% against when you don't have net income, you don't have net income. But I have massive gross income. That's the challenge, right? It's expensive, but we're barely break even. So, but we'll get you a one pager.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Oh, Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Austin, for being here. Can you explain to me what is causing rural hospitals to shut down?
Ooh,
I'll do that. I'll do
Can
that in
I-
the hallway.
Can I jump in here? A very, very, very important question. But I think it's more than a clarifying question, and we have
Okay.
a lot of people
right.
that
Could
want to
you-
testify, so hold the question. There will be discussion, and yes.
And I apologize for getting up early. Normally we go last, but when we got here at 12:30, nobody had signed in. So I
That's okay.
apologize for jumping up early.
That's okay.
Normally I'd go later.
Really short question.
Yeah, this is a clarifying question, and it sort of piggybacks your question, but it goes back to my earlier question, which is in the earlier presentation, that if we're going to anticipate under the big beautiful bill, people losing main care, I think as a clarification question, the question can be, what do we anticipate the mix? Because that's going to end up being charity care. A lot of that's going to be a hit on the rural hospitals because they have a higher percentage of main care. And I can't imagine that somebody in the association doesn't have some sort of magical chart that they can put into Claude and say, hey, what's going to happen with X? I can do it, but if we could maybe provide some background so we can have a realistic conversation about what's happening rather than talking around the issue.
Will do. And we're nervous about what's coming as well.
Thank you, Mr. Austin.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Sarah Calder and then Lisa Harvey McPherson.
Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, Representative Meyer, and members of both committees. I'm Sarah Calder with Maine Health. First, I want to acknowledge the department's commitment to paying its bills, and we recognize the growing demand for healthcare services places a strain on budgets. We're working hard at Maine Health to stabilize the cost of healthcare. And in fact, the Lown Institute recently ranked Maine Health 5th in the country for value and 4th for social responsibility, which is something that we're very proud of. But our ability to continue delivering high-value care depends on timely and adequate reimbursement from all payers. In the supplemental, we appreciate the inclusion of the supplemental payments to private psychiatric hospitals and the temporary rate increase to the physician fee schedule. These are both services within Maine Health that end each year in the red. That said, we have serious concerns about other provisions in the budget. The proposal to rebase the hospital tax to FY 23-24, as Mr. Austin explained, represents a substantial new cost to Maine Health. It would take effect in the current fiscal year and was not built into our budgets. And as Mr. Austin explained, unlike the past hospital tax initiatives, this proposal does not include the corresponding match. It's purely an added expense at a time when our hospitals are already financially fragile. Of Maine Health's 5 historical PPS hospitals, only one has had a positive average operating margin over the last 8 years, only one. Maine's PPS hospitals, many of which are already losing money, cannot absorb additional taxes at a time when they are struggling to maintain access to care for our communities. The biennial budget, as again, Mr. Austin explained, included language that would implement a significant cut to physician services at Maine hospitals beginning on July 1st, 2027. As passed by the legislature last session, that cut would cost Maine Health $25 million over 5 years for physician services that already lose about $500 million annually. We are a mission-driven organization. We provide care to all patients regardless of their ability to pay. There are few independent practices in Maine, and they're forced to carefully manage their payer mix, which means they may limit the number of Maine care patients on their panels, and many do not take uninsured patients at all. The department should support access to needed primary care, behavioral health, and other physician services for their Maine care clients. The provision in the biennial budget will only jeopardize access to care for rural Mainers and vulnerable populations. We strongly urge you to repeal this provision as it will not have any impact on this budget's bottom line. Again, it was outside of the biennium. Maine's hospitals are hanging by a thread. While we appreciate the department's efforts to improve payment timeliness, the proposed tax increase without a match and the physician service cuts move us in the wrong direction. In our current financial position, additional unanticipated costs will inevitably translate into reduced access to care. And with that, thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Came in right under the wire.
Very, very
Um,
nice. Very nice. Any questions for Maine Health? Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you, Sarah. I'm extremely concerned about how the hospitals are going to handle charity care with the lack of Medicaid main care reimbursement. Is there a way that you could bring to our work sessions an estimate of how this will impact not only Maine Medical Center, but all the surrounding rural hospitals that Maine Medical Center supports? And I'll ask the same of Northern Light. I think we need to be very clear about, I know we don't know. We really have to get a sense of the impact that this will have.
So based on, that's an excellent question. And based on the estimates that the state has provided, we believe that the annual impact to Maine Health will be about a $48 million loss annually.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going to stay on. Congratulations on those designations from the Lowndes Center. The Lowndes Center has extremely good, really good reputation, and they do not give such accolades lightly. Just wanted to call that out. The hospital-based physician services that you and Mr. Austin have each brought up, and I'm sure we'll hear more about it, this is regarding a cut to physician services at Maine hospitals. Are physicians who work in hospitals paid better, worse, or the same as physicians who don't work at hospitals? Or I should maybe say work in hospital systems. They might be actually not working in the hospital, but employed by the hospital system. So can you just tease that out? Are they like, was this cut made and they were burdened unfairly, or were they benefiting, and then this brings them back to like, how does that shake out?
So you're like.
Yeah. Okay. So physicians are paid differently based on the site that they're providing care. So hospital physicians are reimbursed differently than those that are practicing in an independent practice. The reimbursement reflects the fact that hospitals provide care to all, regardless of their ability to pay. We also have different expenses that you wouldn't have in an independent practice, different licensing costs. We also are open 24/7. We are providing care in a different setting than you would in an independent physician practice. As Mr. Austin explained, the cut that was included in the biennial budget did not go through the normal rate making process. So I am not privy to those conversations, but Mr. Austin explained that the department didn't meet in advance to explain their rationale. So I can't speak to why they picked the percentage of Medicare that they picked, or why that was singled out. But again, we're losing $500 million on our physician services. We are caring for all, regardless of ability to pay. And when access is already so challenged, the savings to the state was so small in comparison to the impact, the negative impact it would have on Maine Health and on our patients in losing that access.
So you're saying that these are physicians that only work in hospitals?
It's physician-based hospital services that were impacted by the cut.
So physicians who are working in hospitals, not
Yeah.
physicians who are employed by hospital
No.
systems?
Physicians employed by hospitals.
Employed by hospital
Yes.
systems. Okay. So this criteria that you described applies to every practice in a hospital system?
Any outpatient, and I can get you this information, and Lisa's coming up after me, so maybe she can answer it. But it's outpatient physician-based services. So they would be employed by the hospital. So it wouldn't impact Martins Point or Intermed. It would impact Maine Health, Northern Light, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Maine Health? Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Thank you.
Lisa. Harvey McPherson.
There.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Gateen, Representative Meyer, and committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to the budget proposal on behalf of Northern Light Health. I want to call your attention to the first attachment to my testimony, and that's our quality recognition. It's easy to get lost in all that I'm going to talk about, but I want to highlight the quality achievements and the recognition we have is an all of organization effort during our challenging time. So for fiscal year 2025, we significantly improved our financial performance, but yet we continue to lose millions of dollars. Our FY25 financial year end was a financial loss of $14.9 million, and that's an improvement over a loss of $156 million the year before. It will take us years of hard work to bring our financial performance up to zero. And it's well known the challenges that we experienced, our patients experienced, and our employees experienced. To turn our system around, which we must do to achieve our mission, we closed a hospital. We eliminated hundreds of jobs, largely through attrition, but some were direct job loss. We focus our financial teams on receiving revenue for the services we provide in an environment in which commercial insurers that have systems designed to delay and deny paying us. And we work hard to receive those funds. And we're transitioning care outside of our highly expensive real estate, which is our inpatient hospital level of care, to outpatient rural settings, home and community-based services, and primary care. But I'll talk about nursing homes in a minute. The fundamental challenge we have to reducing our length of stay is the lack of nursing home beds that are available for the patients in need. As a rural health system, 66% of our revenue is governmental payment, Medicare and Medicaid. That means for fiscal year 2025, we were reimbursed $240 million less than the cost of care by the government payment systems. We cost shift that into commercial insurance. That is part of our financial portfolio. But yet, we cannot fully cost shift it all, and that's the driving force of our losses. You've heard a lot about the hospital tax. We oppose that tax without an offsetting match. We are in no position to pay a tax in the next 90 days. And the very year that tax is rebased, 2027, our loss from the changes in the main care program that the department projects will be a reduction in our main care revenue of $27.3 million, almost the amount of the statewide tax. The hospital provider cut, we've had the opportunity to do more analysis. That's an $8.6 million cut per year to Northern Light Health, and it disproportionately impacts our OB doctors, including deliveries, and our emergency departments, because those two service lines have a high volume of main care patients. We ask that that cut be eliminated. It hits the very year, once again, we will have tax increases and a significant drop in our main care revenue, let alone the cut. Hospital cost report settlements. Today, we're waiting to receive $53 million in settlements for services provided in 2024, and we anticipate a settlement of $40 million in 2027 for services we provided in 2025. The bill that's on the special appropriations table carves off about a year of that timeline. We need to be able to support hospitals' ability to have cash. We are cash starved, and Jeff talked about that. So the ability to have these settlements even a year sooner will make a very big difference. Nursing home days awaiting placement. We had over 9,000 days in an acute care bed at Northern Light Health trying to find a nursing home bed for a patient. 9,000 days cost over $6 million. The payment methodology has stabilized the industry, in our opinion. We've simply lost too much bed capacity for the population that needs that care. And we also continue to have youth living in our emergency departments, and we are in full support of the funding for the build out of a psychiatric residential treatment facility that will significantly decompress our EDs for those long stay kids who today are all going out of state. I welcome a few questions. I've run out of time, but I certainly welcome any questions that you have.
Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, what's a, I'm an attorney, and so oftentimes I'm dealing with people who maybe going in a nursing home, or they're in a nursing home, or they
Yeah.
pass away and they were in a nursing home. What's the private pay right now average for someone to be in a nursing home for a month?
Actually, the nursing home industry would have that. We don't necessarily know the private pay rate. We're looking for the beds, but that's something we can easily pull together for you.
So, thank you. So to get to the chase of my earlier question, I mean, we have seen some significant closings of hospitals, some eliminating of some services at hospitals. So I'm just going to ask you directly, do you foresee the next 12 or 24 months, anything that would be similar to a closing or eliminating of services such as birthing centers?
So we are in an environment of great uncertainty and high risk. So if I think about what we know today and the landscape that we have today, for Northern Light Health, we're not going to close a hospital. And there's other legislation that's highly problematic that will be talked about at the right time. But what I do foresee is a focus and a fundamental restructuring to align our costs with the revenues we receive. And so that means the services that are available in a lot of different communities today will not be in those communities moving forward. There will be a rebalancing of the system. And quite frankly, we need to be able to work with everyone in our region. Every hospital, every health center, every behavioral health provider. It's bigger than Northern Light Health, how we have to rebalance the system. But I do see a rebalancing in which patients may have to travel more for the care they receive. They may have a heavier reliance on technology. And the variety of services, and you can have ABC service in 5 or 6 places. I think that will change moving forward.
Just one last follow-up question. Do you have sort of a time frame for when you think we might see some sort of public statement about rebalancing?
Our challenge right now, here's current state. Here is current state before the cuts from the federal government, the federal law come in. For the budget that we have in 2026, we had to budget a $70 million reduction in our revenue. Some of that is changes in federal reimbursement. Some of that is reduction in revenue when you shift from inpatient to outpatient care. And some of that reduction would be services that are either smaller in scope or discontinued. Then we have to budget 20 million in increased expense from tariffs, what we expect the impact on our supplies and purchases. So that's a $90 million shift we have just to retain our $15 million loss. So we have to fundamentally overperform in some very significant ways to generate the revenue that we need to sustain our services and fund our deferred capital. Our deferred capital, 250 million easy. But we have to fund that capital, and that's the story of Inland Hospital. The deferred capital burden in that small hospital became so significant, and the loss is so significant. The equipment and technology that patients relied on wasn't going to work. And so it closed. So, and we sustain services that other industry types wouldn't provide because they can't generate will never generate the revenues to cover their costs. So we have to overperform in certain areas to meet our mission to provide all of these services. And quite frankly, the losses in home care are staggering because we serve all of rural Maine and we're floating those losses and it's significant. So there will be a rebalancing of what we must do, what community partners can do and can expand, and where services can reasonably exist within the revenues we receive.
My question was, is there a time frame in which we might see an announcement?
I think 2027, when we'll see kind of this $27.3 million reduction in our main care revenues with our underlying challenges, will probably be a year where we'll have some broader changes that we'll be sharing with the public to absorb that.
Representative Graham, then Representative Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lisa. A couple of questions. One is your comment about working with commercial payment systems that are structured to deny and delay payment for care. Can you talk a bit about that? I mean, as a personal piece, I know we wait and we, you know, as individuals struggle with insurance companies to get things paid. And so talk to me a little bit about that and how much of an impact that has on the hospital's bottom line.
So there's a couple of processes. There's the prior authorization process where we ask for permission to do a medically necessary service and have it paid. And that service would be covered under our contract. And the carrier may say no, often says no, and we provide a lot more information and we get that service approved and we provide the service. Then we bill for that service. As a general rule, very often the bill is denied and we're asked to provide ABC 123X. And we provide that. And it is not uncommon for us to chase payment for a year.
Yeah, again, let's try to keep with the clarifying questions about items in the budget. But go ahead, Representative.
Yeah, I think this does clarify, when we talk about 66% of government payment, how much is that Medicare and how much of that is Medicaid?
151 million, directionally about 151 million is Medicare and 77 million would be Medicaid.
Okay, thank you.
Now, kudos to the government. They don't pay us at a rate that covers our costs, but they are efficient payers. We submit a bill, and other than this cost report issue, they pay it. And then we have the cost settlement issue, which is, as Jeff described, it's difficult, but the bill sitting on the table would shave a year off that. And cash, we are cash challenged, and the median days of cash on cash is our ability to absorb risk. Northern Light Health is a $2 billion company. We have about 55 days of cash. We can absorb risk for 55 days. And we serve 2/3 of Maine's geography.
Hi, Lisa.
Representative Lemon again.
You mentioned that we're sending children out of state. Do you know how many children and adults we're serving out of state right now?
Right now, I do not know. The department did provide information about the children in the budget discussions last year. Directionally, I'm relying on my memory. I think it was 70 kids, but that would be what I recall. The nursing home phenomenon about sending patients out of state, and this is separate from COVID, separate from all the disruption, we have always had, and we had a commission on difficult to place patients. So these are patients who live on ventilators. These are patients who are geropsych and need a secure locked unit. These are neurobehavioral patients who are sexually aggressive and violent. All of those patients go out of state. So we're seeing an uptick in the hospital community because of this capacity challenge we have on the nursing homes plus the specialty beds, that we are looking and actively seeking to place these patients in other states.
Who pays that cost?
In general, we have a process that we follow with main care. We call every nursing home in the state, will you admit, Lisa? And the answer is no. And then we might do that 2 or 3 times. And then we work with the state on a process in which they'll approve out-of-state placement with their, with contracted providers with the main care program.
And Representative Bleier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. McPherson, for being here. You mentioned a while ago that last year you had $150 million shortfall. This year, around $14 million shortfall. Most corporations that have $165 million shortfall are bankrupt. So I'm wondering who sustains your loss?
We do.
How? If you have no money?
That's why we're cash challenged. I mean, we could not sustain another $156 million loss and
So you would be
be
bankrupt?
here. Yeah, so we had to dramatically impact our cost structure, improve our revenue, and unfortunately, it did involve discontinuing some services and closing a hospital.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jonathan Haynes, then Sarah Hunt, then Courtney Schenk.
I'm going to ask that I could submit my testimony online later. It was a little confusing to me. I thought that you needed to be on Zoom to submit it online, but
That's
I think
fine.
I can.
That's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thank you so much. Chairs and honorable members of the standing committees on appropriations and financial affairs and health and human services. My name is Jonathan Haynes. I live in Biddeford. I'm a retired registered nurse with 25 years of service as a nurse. I'm here today to testify neither for nor against LD 2212. It's beyond my capabilities. But I am here today to advocate that the legislature take action to offset the horrific consequences of the federal government's budget cuts that directly affect health and well-being of every Mainer. Half of my career as a nurse was spent as a school nurse. I worked through the COVID-19 pandemic. As a school nurse, I experienced firsthand what I had been taught in nursing school. You can't separate the health of a community from the wealth of a community. Actions taken at the federal level are forcing us to be more creative and more resourceful about finding ways to provide quality healthcare access to every single person in Maine. This is especially true as corporations and venture capitalists take over the national healthcare system in order to create windfall profits by buying and then closing hospitals. True public health is based on a robust system of healthcare for all, not on a system that denies access and eliminates services. Working people everywhere live in conditions that increase their risk for chronic disease and that create artificial barriers to getting the healthcare that they need. For both individuals and for the communities they live in, access to healthcare is a matter of life and death. Our challenge in Maine here right now is to respond in ways that promote the health of all Mainers and of all Maine communities, large and small, rich and poor. We must find ways to increase access to maternity care, to emergency medical care, to primary care that can prevent illness and chronic disease. All of these services that have been lost over the past few years. I also state that we're talking about dollars and cents here. What's not in the equation and what I haven't heard anybody speak about is people that just simply don't go to seek care. People who suffer and die without getting the care that they need. And that is also a reality of HR 1. One way that the legislature has taken action to provide care to all Mainers is the establishment of Maine Care. And Maine Care can be a shield between the attacks by the federal government, together with healthcare corporations, against every community in our state. In order to provide that shield, we need to act to replace the resources that the federal government has stolen from us. We can protect and we can expand Maine Care as a promise for better health for all Mainers. And I know that you all are working hard to do that. I've been hearing about it today, and I see people taking notes and taking it seriously. But finally, I want to emphasize that as you consider this budget, that you recognize that access to affordable housing, access to clean water and air, time for recreation, access to education, employment opportunities, and the civil liberties that protect people's rights to organize and to live together with dignity are also necessary parts of the larger system of health and wellness that we rely on our legislature to help us to create and to nourish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Any questions? That's okay. Thank you for being here
I
today.
assume that.
Sarah Hunt?
Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and esteemed committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on LD 2212, the governor's supplemental budget. My name is Sarah Hunt, and I'm the program manager of community supports at Woodford's Family Services. I'm also a DSP and have been a DSP for 20 years, supporting adults with IDD and autism. I'm here today to urge you to include the annual cost of living adjustments required for Maine Care Services under Maine law in the supplemental budget. These adjustments are not optional luxuries, as DSPs are already underpaid and overworked. They are essential to sustaining the workforce that cares for some of Maine's most vulnerable citizens. For 2 decades, I have done this work because I love it. It has never been about money, but love does not pay the rent, does not buy groceries, and love does not heat our homes. My care as a DSP has included performing CPR on a person I supported. I was able to extend his life long enough for his loved ones to arrive to the hospital and say goodbye. The loved ones I speak of were not family members, they were all DSPs. I have cared for people on both their best days and worst days. I have cared for people through the very last days of their lives. In those final moments, I made sure the smallest details were not forgotten. I washed and styled their hair. I washed their skin and gently applied lotion. I put on chapsticks so their lips would not dry out. I painted their fingernails. I played their favorite music, read their favorite books, put on their favorite movies. I also held their hand as they took their final breaths, as there was no family involved to provide such care. We are not first responders, we are constant responders. We're already there to provide the care. You don't need to call on us. I wasn't just providing care, I was providing dignity, compassion, and most importantly, love. I am not special or unique. This is the level of high quality DSPs provide on a daily basis, all while wondering if they're going to have to skip paying rent or buying groceries this pay period. I have been fortunate enough to grow into management roles over the years, but I still work on the floor every day providing direct care to assist my team with the emotional demand that's put on them as DSPs. As a manager, I carry an additional worry, not about whether our staff care or if they work hard enough, but also how long they can afford to stay. This affects the people we support the most as they develop strong bonds with the DSPs they work with. Without consistent cost of living increases, we do not just risk turnover, we risk losing the DSPs that enhance lives, create purpose, provide engagement and meaning to a person-supported's life. The ones washing the hair, putting on the chapstick, and holding the hands of a person as they pass. When wages stagnate while cost of living rises, dedication alone cannot sustain a workforce. So today I ask you to think personally. Think about who you would want caring for you, your children, your grandchildren, your parents, or your siblings. Would you want someone exhausted from working 2 or 3 jobs just to survive? Or would you want a stable, experienced professional who can commit fully to providing thoughtful, consistent care? Annual cost of living adjustments are required under Maine law because lawmakers understood this reality. Thank you for your past support. These adjustments are simple but crucial way to protect the integrity of our care in our communities. Please honor that commitment and approve the cost of living adjustment. Because this work has always been about love, but people who provide that love deserve the ability to live too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Stowe.
I don't have a question. I just want to say, Sarah, I really appreciate the work that you do and the way that you've led with your heart and your compassion, because we all know you never got paid enough.
Thank you.
But to hold the hand of someone when no one else is there and they're dying is something incredibly special. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate you asking about the HCBS wage increases earlier too. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Courtney Shank, and then Gus Dunhindle, Brad Clawitter, and Laura Harper. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Ingerson, Representative Myers, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Health and Human Services. My name is Courtney Shank, and I'm from Gorham. I'm here today to testify neither for nor against LD 2212. I'm here as someone directly impacted by the proposed federal healthcare cuts. I'm a full-time college student working a part-time job that does not provide health insurance benefits. I do not receive financial support from my family, and MaineCare is the only reason I'm able to access healthcare while working to build a stable future for myself. Without MaineCare, I would not be able to afford doctor's visits, prescriptions, or mental health care. As a student balancing classes, work, and basic living expenses like car insurance and tuition, there is simply no room in my budget for private insurance premiums or unexpected medical bills. Losing coverage would mean delaying care, going without medications, or facing debt that could follow me for years. According to the Maine Department of Health and Human Services, these federal cuts would reduce funding to healthcare providers across Maine. That means fewer services, longer wait times, potential job losses, and even hospital closures, especially in rural areas. When providers lose funding, patients lose access. Students, working families, seniors, and people with disabilities will all feel the impact. At the same time, a national analysis from the Center for American Progress shows that these Medicaid cuts are being used to help finance massive tax cuts for corporations and the wealthiest Americans. That includes the wealthiest Mainers. It's hard to understand why students and working people should lose health care so that those at the top can receive more tax breaks. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, working, studying, and trying to become self-sufficient. MaineCare is not a handout. It is a bridge that allows me to stay healthy while I invest in my education and future career. Cutting it would not encourage work. It would make it harder to succeed. If the federal government chooses to reduce its commitment to Medicaid, Maine must step up. We need to raise progressive revenue from corporations and ultra-wealthy Mainers to backfill these cuts and fully fund MaineCare and continue expanding access to care. Healthcare should not disappear for students like me because of decisions made in Washington. Healthcare is a human right. No one should be sick because they are poor, and no one should be poor because they are sick. I urge you to protect MaineCare and ensure that students, workers, and vulnerable Mainers do not lose the coverage that keeps us healthy and able to contribute to our communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, Representative Meyer, honorable members of the committee. My name is committees, plural. My name is Gus Dunhindle. I'm the legislative strategist for Maine People's Alliance, speaking on behalf of our 32,000 some odd members across the state. And I'm here to testify neither for nor against the proposed budget document, but I wanted to bring a little bit of context as to why these cuts are happening. As we've heard today, following HR 1, following federal cuts, people's health insurance costs are skyrocketing. 31,000 Mainers across the state are at risk of losing their health care and their health insurance altogether. Hospitals and other healthcare providers are at risk of closing, especially in rural areas. We're basically at risk of losing essential infrastructure that would be much easier to just keep open than it would be to rebuild after the fact. And this would be disastrous to Maine's economy. If people are paying more for health insurance, they have less to spend in the economy. If hospitals close, that's our second largest employment sector in the state. That would be disastrous for our economy. And these cuts, not to mention the people who would actually, lose the care, as we've heard about. And these cuts were made at the federal level to pay for $1 trillion in tax cuts for corporations and the richest 1% of Americans over the next 10 years. Now, this is not a question of belt tightening because we have to make it through hard times and scarcity. It is simply a move to pad the pockets of already rich people and corporations at the cost of our health as a state, as a nation. I've been an EMT for 4 years. I served in emergency medical services, and I can say from firsthand experience that people will avoid going to the hospital if they don't have care, if they don't have health insurance. They will, in case of an emergency, not go to the emergency room at all. These cuts will result in worse health outcomes and, in certain cases, people dying. That's something that DHHS can attest to. Fortunately, we do not have to accept this state of affairs. MPA urges you to support any and all opportunities to fully fund and expand main care and provide funding to support healthcare providers at risk of closing, families facing increasing health insurance costs, and people who have lost their health insurance entirely. They'll require spending to do these things, but it's spending that's necessary to support our necessary infrastructure. By raising revenue from the same ultra-wealthy people and corporations who benefited from the federal cuts, we can get it done. We need to raise the revenue from these corporations, from this top 1%, to fund services, save the hospitals, jobs, and lives that the federal government is willing to sacrifice. LD 1089, 1879, 229 are all currently before the legislature, and they would raise roughly $215 million in revenue from, again, the wealthiest and corporations, while lowering the tax rate for 70% of Mainers. This would bring us within striking distance of backfilling these disastrous cuts and ensure that all Mainers have access to health care. So on behalf of our members, I urge you to reject the sacrifice of ordinary people for the private accumulation of vast amounts of wealth. We have an opportunity to stop the destruction caused by these cuts and to build towards a future where every Mainer has access to high quality healthcare. So I'd like to make the ask on behalf of MPA, the honorable members of the committee rise to the moment and meet the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I'm open to any questions.
Any questions? Representative Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't agree with a lot of your testimony, but I will just pick on one specific instance where you said that, raising 3.5 billion would lower tax rate for 70% of Mainers. How would that happen?
I did actually want to point this out. That should be million with an M. My apologies. The electronic testimony will have that corrected. So that is referring to 1879, which would raise roughly 1% of tax rate on corporate profits above 3.5 million a year. And that's how that would work.
That's how we raise it, but how do we lower it for 70% of the rest of the Mainers?
That would be LD 229, which is a tax bracket readjustment. Basically takes our tax code from looking like a situation where people in the middle pay the most, while people at the bottom and the top pay the least. And it would readjust it to more of an actual progressive code where people making the most would pay slightly more, and it would shift a lot of Mainers into slightly lower tax brackets.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brad, Cloudwitter. Thank you.
Cloudwitter, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You did well.
I'm doing my best. And then Laura Harper, then Charlotte Warren.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Rotundo, Chairpersons Gatine and Meyer, and members of these honorable committees. I'm Brad Cloudwitter, the CEO of Maine Veterans Homes, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide our support for LD 2212 and respectfully request one change in the bill that would profoundly benefit Maine Veterans Homes. I first want to thank Governor Mills for her ongoing support of MVH and applaud the administration for including 3 separate funding lines for MVH in this budget proposals. 0147 and Z009 are one-time supplemental payments, and 0148, which would pay an increased per diem rate to MVH for Maine Care residents. This is the first time that any administration has recognized NVH's increased cost to care for its Maine Care residents, and I greatly appreciate Governor Mills' support. In total, these 3 funding lines amount to $3.1 million in general fund appropriations, but importantly, only the 0148 line for $500,000 would be ongoing, as the remaining is one-time funding. This budget, though, has the potential to be the budget that saves Maine Veterans Homes and keeps all 6 homes open and operational. What I respectfully propose is simply reallocating funding lines to maximize the federal match and make all this funding ongoing. If the committee can reallocate the one-time lines on 0147 and Z09 and transfer them to the ongoing 0148 line, this would create a general fund appropriation of about $3.1 million. And if this committee moved the $750,000 currently in the baseline budget for MVH to that 0148 line, the new general fund appropriation would be $3.8 million, triggering $6.5 million in federal match. Combined, the new state and federal totals would be $10,600,000, enough to save MVH, keep all 6 homes open and operational, and allow MVH to budget and focus on its future, knowing that sustainable funding is here and real. I'm not asking for new money or additional money. All I'm asking is that the committee simply reallocate the funding that is either in the baseline budget or in this proposed supplemental. These funds would unlock more than $6.5 million in federal funds and emphatically resolve what has been an existential threat to Maine veterans' homes and its 200,000 bed days of care that it provides to veterans, spouses, Gold Star families, our 1,200 dedicated employees, and over $60 million in payroll support we provide throughout the state. The funding is in the baseline and in the supplemental. If we, this administration, these committees, NVH, and this legislature can agree to move these funds into the 0148 bucket, we can do something truly transformational for veterans today and tomorrow. We can sustainably fund the homes and save the entire MVH system. We are as close to this as we have ever been, and with these committees' support, we can finally make it. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll give due credit where credit is due. As someone who just retired from the military and has worked with our veterans, I applaud this budget in regards to making this request. I served with Lieutenant Colonel Bass back there, and I'm guessing, looking as a general issue, this is something that's long overdue. And get my question, I guess, is maybe for the work session in terms of clarification. I'm reading the 4th paragraph where it says only the line 0148 of the $505,000 would be ongoing, and the rest is one-time funds. So assuming that that's the case, I assume that $2.6 million is really something then going into the next biennium, because these are one-time funds, creates at least maybe a shortfall or some sort of structural gap into the next biennium. Is that about right?
Yes, so currently without any additional funding, we are looking to have about a $9.5 million operational loss. And that loss has gone down over the years, and we've made substantial progress in our expense control, revenue increasing, et cetera. But it's still not going to be enough that's going to get us there. And that's why we're asking for the ongoing instead of something that is a one-time, is that just like your family budget or a business budget, if you don't know what your funding is going to be or how much money you're going to make into the future, it's very hard to plan for things like capital, as you've heard other folks testify today. The only reason that MVH has been able to invest any capital into our facilities over the past 4 years is because we've received congressionally designated spending specifically for capital. Other than that, we have been using a capital investment mix that is supposed to pay for upgrades, new buildings, et cetera, in order to cover our operational loss. We can continue to do that for a short period of time unless we're able to find sustainable funding.
Any other questions? Oh, okay. Representative Arada, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairs. It's not exactly a question, but a request for information more from the department. This seems perfectly reasonable that you've proposed, and I do not understand why we're not doing this already to maximize the federal match. There must be a logical explanation, and I would love to hear from the department what that is for the work session. And I assume that somebody is paying attention.
Yeah,
There
so
she is.
the deputy
Okay.
commissioner's there and she can get that information
All
from
right.
both committees.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative.
And just to follow up to that, and to also provide information on why we're not adding and I understand this is one-time money, I get it. But why not add that to the baseline?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Harper, Charlotte Warren, and Betsy Sweet.
Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gateen, Representative Meyer, and members of both committees. My name is Laura Harper. I'm a senior associate at Moose Ridge Associates. I live in Hollowell, and I'm here today on behalf of my client, Maine Family Planning, or MFP. We are thrilled to testify in support of the governor's proposed supplemental budget. Page 56 of Part A includes desperately needed funding for our statewide sexual and reproductive health care system. This $2.25 million initiative replaces federal Medicaid dollars MFP and Planned Parenthood have been operating without since July 1st of last year, when HR 1 excluded certain abortion providers from Medicaid reimbursement for non-abortion services. We applaud Governor Mills' steadfast commitment to maintaining access to the full range of sexual and reproductive healthcare services our network has been proud to provide for over 50 years. Without this funding, MFP would be forced to begin shutting down close to a dozen clinics in Maine's most remote communities by year's end. We strongly urge the committee to support this initiative. Sadly, this initiative doesn't provide long-lasting financial security to our 63 clinic system. It's time limited and assumes that lawmakers in Washington won't use the same tactics once again once HR expires in June of this year. We urge you to amend this initiative to prepare for future defunds and add language allowing Maine Care dollars to replace federal funding for this life-saving services we provide our patients. While this proposed budget sets right what politicians in DC have sought to destroy, additional opportunities are available to you to further protect and sustain access to comprehensive sexual and reproductive health services for years to come. Last session, thanks to the efforts of both your committees, we received a total of $6 million in one-time funding for family planning services. And these state dollars are ensuring our close to 30,000 patients continue to receive cancer screenings, STI testing and treatment, contraceptive services, and other life-saving care. Through fundraising, efficiency upgrades, and the initiative on page 56, we feel confident that this combined funding can sustain our services for the remainder of this biennium. However, we strongly urge you to consider amending last year's initiative to an ongoing $5 million appropriation. By adding family planning funding to the baseline of Maine's budget, you are investing in Mainers' access to planning their families, their futures, and a healthier state as a whole. Something this intrinsic to a person's ability to decide when to start a family, enter and stay in the workforce, and continue to care for themselves and their loved ones shouldn't be allowed to expire in our state budget. Additionally, we would be remiss to not mention another important source of federal funding, Title X. As of the writing of this testimony, the program is still operational, and MFP anticipates a slightly reduced award of $1.7 million for the current fiscal year. However, on a weekly basis, we learn of potential threats to the funding that would make it unsustainable for us to accept, such as gagging our providers when discussing a full range of options at the request of our patients, or its elimination entirely. We urge you to consider adding language to LD 2212 to allow for Maine to respond with state funds should these embattled federal dollars become co-opted by political rhetoric or simply disappear. Before concluding our testimony, I do want to also express our strong support for two initiatives on pages 53 and 54 of Part A. These create two new positions in the Maine CDC for STI and HIV investigation, surveillance, and prevention. And our written testimony discusses more about how important these positions are. I see I'm out of time, so I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Ms. Harper. Any questions? Don't see any. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Senator Ingwerson, Representative Meyer, and honorable members of the Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Health and Human Services. My name is Charlotte Warren. I live in Hollowell, and I'm here today to present testimony neither for nor against this portion of the budget on behalf of Adam Bloom Pykopoulos, who's the Executive Director of the Alliance. We're here to talk about something missing from the budget, which is the promised cost of living adjustments. The Alliance respectfully requests that COLAs be restored. Reversing this promise, the promise of COLAs, threatens years of progress, creates additional unpredictability, and eliminates Maine's commitment to cost of living adjustments, and to the direct care workers and providers who rely on them to keep up with rising costs, particularly at a time when Maine is experiencing significant cuts to our healthcare system from HR 1. Maine's healthcare workforce and continuum of care cannot stand to bear additional instability. Predictable COLAs have been a lifeline for behavioral health providers to sustainably plan, keep up with rising wages, and operational costs, and keep programs open. Through these COLAs, providers have been able to give much needed raises to direct care staff on the front lines of this critical work in recent years. We cannot afford to take steps back that inject instability to an increasingly fragile healthcare system at a time when it most needs consistency and support in the face of federal cuts. Maine must remain committed to the promise of COLAs so that direct care workers can stay in the field and providers can rely on them to ensure that life-saving services remain open and accessible. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to restore the COLAs in this budget. Thank you, and I'm pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Warren? Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Betsy Sweet, Jake Teitelbaum, and Angela Westhoff.
Good afternoon. I'm Betsy Sweet. It's the Moose Ridge trifecta here. I'm the cleanup. Senator Rotunda, Representative Gattine, Representative Myers, and good members of these committees. I'm Betsy Sweet, and I'm here representing the Behavioral Health Collaborative, also on the issue of the COLAs. I won't go over what's already been said, but we, like you, are very cognizant of the issues with Medicaid due to HR 1 and the huge challenges we're going to face, particularly after November of this year. We are all trying to work desperately to minimize the impact and to find additional ways to support our clients, some of whom are the most vulnerable people and will feel the pain of what is to come very seriously. That said, we are concerned that the COLAs are not in this budget. This happened last year, and you all worked together to restore them, and we are incredibly grateful for that. What this does for us as planners and for organizations that are trying to do this, it shows that all adjustments are always subject to available appropriations and can be redirected or eliminated or changed anytime. This practice removes any kind of predictability, who have to plan for staffing, for wages, and retention strategies in months and years in advance. Behavioral health workforce is already under extreme pressure, as you know, and uncertainty in reimbursement just makes that challenge worse. It's already problematic that COLAs are really directed only at direct care workers, and there's a lot of other expenses that don't get the COLA, but that's a different issue. I want to call particular attention to section BBB, which authorizes DHHS to do emergency rulemaking with no justification. Right now, in order to do that, they have to say why. They have to say it's a threat to Mainers Health. And I'm sure this is in response to what we're expecting from the federal government. But that says, where does the uncertainty lie? Should the uncertainty lie with the clients? Should it rely on the providers? Should it rely on DHHS, who only has one pot of money to deal with? Or should it be in the hands of the legislature and the executive, who can look across all the spending, not just within its silos, to say, maybe because of the severity of these cuts or what's happening, we're going to have to look at transportation, or we're going to have to look at some other place, I don't know, any other place, to say maybe we're going to have to start taking money from there for these particular things. If BBB is in place, you will not have that opportunity. DHHS will do it within their one budget, and that may not be adequate depending on how intense and impactful these cuts are. And we know they are bad. So we urge you to reject Part BBB and, again, include COLAs. We fully appreciate the challenges you're in, and I do not envy the decisions that you have to make. But building economic uncertainty into this process by not providing COLAs only increases the problem on a system-wide basis. We will work with you, and we plan to be here for all the work to see if we can come up with a solution that works for everybody. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your ever-present commitment to Maine's health and human services system. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sweet. I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I apologize. I did not bring any testimony to provide to the Appropriations Committee, but I will provide that shortly after the meeting ends. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jake Teitelbaum. I am an eligibility specialist out of 35 Anthony Ave in Augusta here. I work specifically from the long-term care division. I'd like to thank the members of the chair here to listen to this testimony. I will be neither speaking for nor against this LD 2212, but rather to refocus the lens towards that of state workers and how this supplemental budget could better support state workers in their endeavors. We've heard a lot of different aspects of the healthcare system that have caused lots of pain points for folks all over. And it's no different for eligibility workers at the state of Maine. The recruitment and retention issue that we face is critical. And earlier today, we heard the gentleman speak regarding initiatives to fund some of these waiver services, which I wholly welcome, like brain injury waiver or these homebound community service waivers. I fear it would be a critical misstep to not fund state workers in step with these benefits being proposed. Currently, there are just over 35 long-term care eligibility specialists for the entire state. So that means that as the state gets older, we are going to need more long-term care eligibility specialists to be able to make these determinations, right? It's just a numbers game, right? People are going to get older, more people are going to need help as they age. We're going to need more people to be in those chairs to make the determinations. So I think it is great that we add these benefits to the budget for increasing brain injury waiver. My concern is that we might not have eligibility specialists butts in chairs to make those determinations. The recruitment and retention issue has not only micro impacts, but macro impacts as well, right? Like as a worker for the state of Maine, I can be the first one to tell you that my story is not unique, that countless other state of Maine employees will tell you the same thing, that we are having to forego our future to meet our immediate needs, right? My partner and I are having a very difficult conversation about, will we have enough money to start a family? Both of us work for the state of Maine, and the answer is no, right? Like we took a leap of faith to move up here to be in Maine and do what we want to do, is provide service to the public. And unfortunately, we have to make difficult decisions based on our jobs. That's similar for folks all across the state, is that they're having these micro impacts about, can we save for retirement? Can I start a family? Can I make a decision between rent and food and medical care? The macro impacts we've heard about today as well, and I'll just point to the largest of my concerns are two. The first one being the error rates, right? And we've heard about it today that the new federal guidelines, quite frankly, are going to boom the state of Maine if we are not in line with these error rates. Right now, the state of Maine roughly has about 1 in 5 positions vacant vacant, in part because there isn't proper retention and there's not enough money to recruit people to do these jobs. I'm an eligibility specialist. I start out at $22 an hour. To do my job, I have to sit in training for 6 months to internalize the entirety of Maine care policy. There's an additional 3 months that you're going to have to do long-term care policy. I know all jobs are tough. I know everybody has to go through training. I'm just saying, this is a lot of work that you're asking for eligibility specialists to do to provide benefits for your constituents. And the effects of not having members staffed is going to critically impact the state's health and well-being, as well as its financial obligations to meeting those error rates and keeping the funding low. I urge you to consider state workers when you're considering this state supplemental budget. And I now stand ready for any and all cross-examination. I apologize that I went over time.
Thank you, Mr. Titlebaum. I appreciate the testimony. Any questions?
Thank you again
very
for your time.
much.
Thank you.
So Angela Westhoff, then Bart Beatty. Then we go to the second page. Laura Cordes and Jennifer Putnam. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, Representative Myers, and esteemed members of both committees. My name is Angela Westhoff. I'm President and CEO of the Maine Healthcare Association. We represent 200 nursing homes, assisted living, and residential care facilities across the state of Maine. I'm testifying today neither for nor against LD 2212, not for what the supplemental budget includes, but rather for what it fails to address. The supplemental budget doesn't address cost of living increases for direct care staff, and it doesn't address the needed changes to reimbursement rates for nursing facilities. Specific to COLA, 35 out of 77 nursing homes that accept Medicaid did not receive the 1% COLA that the legislature approved and appropriated funding for in the last budget. COLA is about ensuring essential direct care employees are recognized for their value and that their wages reflect the changing nature of life in Maine and across America, where the rising cost of transportation, housing, childcare, etc., continues to climb. In addition, there are no cost of living adjustments to the supplemental budget to address ongoing increases in the cost of providing care. Regarding inadequate Maine care reimbursement rates, current reimbursement rates do not fully cover the cost of care, and without regular rate adjustments, the rates will remain flat. The gap between the cost of care and reimbursement will widen. We have a lot of experience in this area. And unfortunately, since 2014, there have been over 50 closures or conversions of long-term care facilities to lower acuity models in Maine. We've lost 40% of our bed capacity in the last decade. Further, Maine has the fewest beds per capita of any state in the Northeast. We're also the oldest state in the nation, as you know, and a significant percent of our population is aging and will quickly need services. And this is troubling. For background, I would just remind the committee that the transition to the new nursing home rate model was implemented on January 1st, 2025, and which, thanks to the legislature, the Nursing Facility Transition Fund was established to help ease that transition and expressly to support workforce, recruitment, and retention. I note this because there is legislation in this session before the HHS committee, and that's LD 2131, and we've already had a public hearing on that bill. But it makes several course corrections, which are important to preserving access to long-term care. It addresses the issues of guardrails. Guardrails are the reason why only 35 nursing homes were able to receive the 1% COLA. It also does a partial reinstatement of a $6 per day add-on for direct care workers. It's an important incremental policy change, a step-down approach that could be funded in part by dollars in the existing Nursing Facility Transition Fund or in part by a general fund appropriation. It would be one-time money for FY26 only, and this small investment would go a long way to helping recruit and retain essential workers. In summary, we need your help. The long-term care residents need your help. Our employees need your help. You have the opportunity to do both here today by including adjustments to Maine care reimbursement rates and COLA to the supplemental. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Westhoff.
Right under the wire.
Very nice. Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Westcott, for being here. I'm just going to forward up a question that Representative Burdette asked a while ago, private care. What's the cost per month for a private care patient?
I knew you were going to ask me. So I texted some people while I was sitting there. Average rates, 435 to 450 per day for private pay.
That's it?
That's it. Per day.
No, I know that.
It's
I thought it was
expensive
like
care.
$8,000-9,000 a month.
We'll
So,
do them, if you do the
I'm-
math.
You're only at 5. So anyways, the question is how many new nursing facilities or private or, assisted living facilities are we building currently today?
Today, 0 that I'm aware of.
So, when you said that you're preparing for this older population, how are you preparing?
It's a really good question. And I think you asked some of my hospital colleagues about the future, right? What will the future look like of healthcare systems in Maine? I wish I had an optimistic outlook. Sadly, I think we're going to see further closures and consolidation.
How many years are we out before potential real problem?
I think we're there now. We don't have enough capacity in the system now. You heard my colleagues from Northern Light and Maine Health testify to the extent that they have patients, right? Days waiting placement, patients that are seeking long-term care beds. Those beds aren't available. Our capacity, we've gone up to about 89, 90% occupancy. There's some capacity in the system. Unfortunately, we don't have the staff. We don't have the staff because the rates don't support wages that can compete with other sectors. And nursing homes are tied very directly to Maine Care. About 70% of our residents are on Medicaid. So we don't have the ability to cost shift to other insurance providers. And we already covered what the private pay rate is. But it's kind of a bleak outlook, and it's not just here in Maine, it's across the entire country.
So a real estate investor looking to invest in home care is probably not going to be profitable. So chances are they won't build.
That's a really good comment or question. There's a number of bills looking at private equity and real estate investment trusts and its interactions with healthcare facilities, 8 bills being heard tomorrow in HCIFS. If it wasn't for private investment, we wouldn't have nursing homes. We have a net neutrality principle, which means that we can't add nursing home beds to the system to cost the system, the Maine Care system, any more dollars.
Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Representative Meyer, distinguished members for the Appropriations Committee and Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak with you today. My name is Bart Beatty. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Spurwink Services. I'm also a resident of Harpswell. Spurwink, as you may know, is one of Maine's premier behavioral health organizations. And we have over 1,200 dedicated professionals serving more than 10,000 Maine children, adults, and families each year. About 75% of those services are paid for by Maine Care. I'm here today to call for your support of Maine's behavioral health care system through the continuation of annual cost of living adjustments to Maine Care reimbursement rates. As you know, and as was the case last legislative session, funding for these COLAs has been excluded from the governor's proposed budget. You may also be aware that LD 2177 has proposed language that would essentially codify the practice of excluding annual COLAs. These changes undo a clear legislative mandate that Maine Care reimbursement rates receive an annual cost of living adjustment. That mandate was enacted by you all, the legislature, to ensure that rates keep pace with the real and unavoidable costs of providing services, particularly labor-driven services that are the safety net for thousands of Mainers. The predictable result of not applying cost of living adjustments is reimbursement rates that fall below the cost of providing care, forcing providers to limit services, reduce capacity, or stop accepting Maine Care altogether. At a time when affordable health care is under attack by the federal government, further limiting access to care to those who need it most is something I would imagine we all agree must be avoided. When Maine Care rates fail to reflect actual cost, access to services is constrained. You need not speculate about the consequences of constrained access. Lack of access to required services is precisely what led to the most recent Department of Justice lawsuit and its resulting settlement. Rolling back the COLA mandate moves Maine Care policy in the wrong direction and risks repeating those same failures. I'd also like to respectfully remind you all that almost every industry and business has the ability to adjust prices when costs increase, but main care providers do not. My wife owns a small retail business in Brunswick. As the cost of goods, wages, and energy have spiked, she's had to increase her prices. She did so reluctantly as she cares deeply about her customers, but she knew she had to if she wanted to stay in business. I'm on the local school board in MSAD 75. Even the school district has the ability to increase its revenue to match its costs. It requires an increase in property taxes, something no one wants, but it's the reality of what is needed for schools to continue to meet the community need. Main care providers see the exact same increase in costs. However, we can't increase our prices. We also can't close the revenue gap by appealing directly to taxpayers. We rely and depend on you all to ensure our prices, which are the main care rates, keep pace with inflation. That's what these very modest cost of living adjustments are for. I urge you to appropriate the funding for those cost of living adjustments. Out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you very much. Laura Cordes, Jennifer Putnam, Kim Humphrey.
Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, esteemed members of both committees. My name is Laura Cordes. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association for Community Service Providers. MAXB represents nearly 100 community-based organizations providing services to children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, brain injuries, and other complex needs across the state. I want to start by noting our support and thanking the governor for two initiatives in the budget, which you considered this morning. They both will help sustain the important work of the Maine Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board with both additional funding as well as a provision in Part G allowing funds remaining at the end of any fiscal year to be carried forward for the next year. Several members of MAXB serve on the OAB, and we value the way that they work together as a multidisciplinary or a multi-stakeholder group and their approach to their work. I'm also here to respectively ask you to restore the COLA that you have already heard about. I'm joining certainly a large provider network throughout our state, my colleagues today, to ask you to restore, and particularly MAXB is asking for the inclusion of a 3.07% cost of living adjustment for main care direct care service rates. We've already discussed, that shared commitment that was made by the department, by many of you in this room, all of us working together to commit to predictability, transparency, and sustainability in rate setting through the main care rate setting system. That commitment began to erode last year. And thanks to you and the careful attention that you paid to direct care workers, family members, providers, and self-advocates, that COLA was partially restored in the budget, making a meaningful difference to workers across the state, people who rely on services, and really meant a sustainability of services in many parts of our state. I have a table included in my testimony, and that table shows that as of January 2026, main care direct care service rates are now 3.65% behind where they would be if COLAs had been fully applied as rate reform requires. The gap is not theoretical. It directly affects our ability to keep pace with minimum wage increases, address wage compression, and retain the workforce like Sarah. We need more Sarahs in our system. COLAs are particularly important to providers delivering adult IDD services, folks in our network who have planned, budgeted, and operated in good faith, waiting for new HCBS service rates to be determined and implemented. For not only does the budget not include funding for COLAs in FY27, To the best of our knowledge, it does not include funding to implement new HCBS service rates that were finalized last September after a 2-year plus rate determination process. Stable services require stable funding. Annual COLAs are a predictable lifeline. That 3.07% reflects the percentage increase in Maine's minimum wage from 2025 to 2026. We understand and have heard from the department how challenging it is to, in the middle of a year, when the legislature is not in session, make adjustments and determine then if they have enough funding available to pay those COLAs. This would inform a budget now about a COLA that's been left behind that we could put into effect in FY27. I appreciate your time, your consideration of our workforce and the people we support. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have now or before the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cordes. Any questions for Maxby? Thank you.
Yeah.
So Jennifer Putnam, Kim Humphrey, Beth White, and Jill Carney. And that brings us to the end of people who are signed up in the room. So if you're in the room and want to testify, we'll take you after that, and then we'll go to the Zoom testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Gatine and Senator Rotundo and members of the Joint Standing Committees. I'm Jennifer Putnam, the CEO of Waypoint Maine. We're located in southern and western Maine and provide services to children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities and autism, including a pre-K through grade 5 special purpose private school, case management, care coordination for 700 children and adults, day programs, and residential services. We have over 350 employees, and we've supported thousands of adults and children and families for, 60 years this July. It's impossible for me and impossible for our organization to continue to care for children and adults adequately without adequate funding. Every single service we provide relies on direct care, direct support, and direct service in our school. Every day, I ask my staff to do really hard work on nights, work on weekends, holidays, outdoors in the cold, work that helps kids develop crucial skills, work that gets someone out in their community, work that gets someone to the doctor. It's meaningful, challenging, and absolutely critical for people with autism and developmental disabilities. As an agency, we have countless legal and regulatory compliance requirements we're obliged to follow, and for good reason. Licensing standards, health and safety mandates, fire codes, background checks, training, the list is extensive. We have an obligation to pay a decent wage, to offer health insurance, and to pay into mandated paid leave programs. And we meet these obligations. Often we exceed them because it's the right thing to do. We also have a social and moral contract with all of you as fellow Mainers and as providers who agree to support people who cannot care for themselves. We believe too that there is a moral and social contract that's reciprocal. As you all know, we cannot raise our prices when our costs go up. Minimum wage is increased annually, and we have to rely on the administration and now on you to allocate and fund cost of living adjustments and reimbursement rates that are essential for us to be able to continue doing this work. We cannot have inadequate reimbursement rates and still continue to provide the kind of high quality services that our staff make possible every single day. That quality doesn't happen without skilled, compassionate, committed people who show up despite long hours, emotional weight, and physical demands of the work. I also just wanted to add that certainly we are even more concerned given that we will now be expected to stand up a host of brand new services under the lifespan waiver when we are experiencing this current situation with the cost of living issues. Please provide funding to restore the COLAs for essential care workers.
Thank you, Ms. Putnam. Any questions? That last point you made, I'd love some more information at the work session about additional services you're actually going to have to stand up from scratch when the lifespan waiver is implemented, and how that impacts your operations and your costs. I'd love to know more about that.
I'd be happy to. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome back, Ms. Humphrey.
Senators Rotundo and Ingwerson, Representatives Gatine and Meyer, and members of the AFA and HHS committees. My name is Kim Humphrey, and I'm from Auburn. I'm the founder and president of Community Connect Maine and the mother of an adult with profound autism supported through Section 21 waiver, and I'm neither for nor against LD 2212. The new rate structure for sections 21 and 29 have been completely overhauled to align with the new lifespan waiver framework. However, through multiple discussions with DHHS, families with members currently on section 21 and 29 understood these waiver services would be grandfathered. The central question individuals and families are asking, will this new combined system be adequately funded? By excluding the COLA in the supplemental budget, the answer right now is no. What individuals and families want and need is stability. Trust is built through consistency. Funding decisions play a key role in establishing that trust. DHHS has spent years developing and refining the lifespan waiver and its relationship to the current waivers. To not include a COLA after all that effort risks DHHS shooting itself in the foot. While there are still significant unanswered questions about how the new rate structure will ultimately function, including how the support intensity scale or SIS is tied to it, at minimum, providing the COLA now is a protective step that helps stabilize the system while those details become clear. To not support the COLA, which is essential to workforce stability, risks setting this new combined framework up for failure with no plan B. Families witness a stark difference in quality of life when individuals are supported by a stable workforce compared to periods of turnover and disruption. Experienced direct care workers are invaluable, and many say they want to stay, but they cannot afford to without higher wages. The COLA is essential. Including the COLA is about honoring stability, preventing costly crises, and protecting the public investment already made in the hopes of developing a supportive person-centered system of care that includes the current IDD waivers and the new lifespan framework. I urge you to include the COLA in the supplemental budget. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Beth White, and then Jill Carney. Hello.
Hello again. Great. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, members of the Appropriations Committee, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I am still Beth White, Director of Politics and Legislation for MSCA SEIU Local 1989, the labor union that represents over 13,000 Maine workers, including workers at the Department of Health and Human Services. My testimony is longer and more detailed than I'll be able to read in 3 minutes, so I'm just going to hit on some high points. But we're here today to comment on and make recommendations for a supplemental budget that will ensure quality public services for all Maine people and provide state workers with the respect that they have earned but long been denied. So first, we support the creation of new positions within the Office of Maine Care Services to increase staffing related to required training and compliance due to the federal HR 1 bill. And we also support the numerous reclassifications and reorganizations in this section of the budget. However, we are disappointed that this budget, as proposed, fails to make progress in closing the well-documented state employee pay gap. That's the difference between what workers in Maine state government make compared to their peers in the private and public sector. We respectfully call on you to do the right thing and include funding in this budget to help close the pay gap. So in 2025, the legislature and the Mills administration diverted $56 million away from the salary plan, which pays the wages of Maine state government workers, and used that money to fund other priorities. This has happened throughout the entirety of the Mills administration, where money has been diverted away from the salary plan by raising the attrition rate for state workers, as well as allocating funds from the vacancy savings for capital improvements. So for those who are not aware, the attrition rate is basically the number of positions within state government that are vacant and are assumed to stay vacant throughout the course of the budget. Our members have been really frustrated with hearing that there are just no funds to solve the persistent recruitment and retention challenges within state government, while at the same time seeing that funding diverted to solve other problems. The overwhelming reason for the vacancies that exist is due to lack of competitive compensation, and they create more pressure on our members who are in those jobs, who are left doing the work. And we see that especially at DHHS. In the wake of those, the money being diverted from the salary plan, the administration is now claiming it cannot afford anything more than a pair of 2% raises for our executive branch workers. And when they made this claim, they specifically cited the impact of the higher attrition rate on the salary plan balances as a reason why. Our members have been working without a new contract since July 1st of last year. And unfortunately, the pay raises being proposed right now would only widen the pay gap. And I'm going to skip ahead because I'm running out of time. But the state's own study in 2024 puts the state employee pay gap at 14%, which is just a 1% improvement over the last 5 years. State workers are falling further behind as they experience Maine's affordability crisis firsthand. And you heard from our member Jake earlier, that having recruiting and retaining qualified staff, has trickle down effects, like with the Maine Care error rate. It takes almost a year for those folks to get trained up to do that work. And then when turnover is so high, that can have an impact on the rate. So long story short, we would ask you all to take action. The time is now, and thank you. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. White. Any questions for MSCA? Thank you for being here. I assume you'll be back over the course of the next couple weeks.
I will, though. I think this might be the only day I'm here twice. So, but thank you all.
Thank you. Jill Carney. And again, Jill Carney is the last person signed up to testify in person.
Thank you, chairs and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Health and Human Services. My name is Jill Carney, Director of Maine Public Policy for the Alzheimer's Association and a resident and taxpayer of Cumberland. The Alzheimer's Association is testifying neither for nor against LD 2212, but urges the committee to consider inclusion of measures that would help promote diagnosis and treatment of Alzheimer's disease. First, we urge the committee to include a provision and any necessary funding to prohibit Maine Care from utilizing step therapy for certain Alzheimer's treatments. We've reached a historic milestone in the fight against Alzheimer's, as there are now 2 FDA-approved treatments that address the underlying biological process of the disease and slow cognitive decline in the earliest stages. Maine Care's coverage policies for these new treatments, however, is one of the most restrictive Medicaid policies in the nation, as it first requires failure on drugs that only temporarily manage symptoms of Alzheimer's before it covers a treatment that actually slows its progression. And this process is known as step therapy. So simply put, Alzheimer's patients on Maine Care don't have time to wait. Treatment gives patients more time to live independently, make memories with their loved ones, and plan for the future. Furthermore, Alzheimer's patients can progress out of eligibility while they await treatment. And for those that can still access it, clinical benefit is reduced. It can already take up to 2 years to even receive a diagnosis in Maine. So the process itself in getting to the point of discussing a treatment is not a quick one. Maine Care's policy is out of step with most other government insurance programs. It is one of only 7 Medicaid programs to use step therapy for disease-modifying treatment. Medicare, TRICARE, and the VA all provide coverage without step therapy. And Attorney General Aaron Fry signed a letter to CMS in 2023 supporting full and unrestricted Medicare coverage for FDA-approved Alzheimer's treatments. This policy is simply wrong, and Maine Care should not be in the business of delaying or denying access to disease-modifying treatment, especially one that that takes such a devastating toll on patients and their families. And then second, I would urge the committee to consider inclusion of LD 107, which is on the special appropriations table. It would require insurance coverage of biomarker testing. Early diagnosis leads to cost savings and improved health and wellness outcomes and permits eligible individuals to pursue those FDA-approved treatments. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the Alzheimer's Association? Thank you for being here. Okay, so before we go to Zoom, is there anyone else in the room? Representative, you're going to testify. All right.
Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee and HHS Committee. I am Lucian Daigle, Representative Lucian Daigle, and I'm speaking for Gary Drinkwater, representing Drinkwater, who is not here. Anyway, he says, I am here today to advocate for the funding of LD 331, which directs the Department of Health and Human Services to ensure timely reimbursement under Maine Care regarding hospital cost reports. When this bill was initially reported out of committee, it received ought not to pass. In the House, it too was reported as ought not to pass. Despite that, I want to personally thank the senators in this room who supported the minority report and voted in favor 29-5. I also want to recognize the members of the House who reconsidered their positions and ultimately voted ought to pass by an unanimous 145-0. That level of bipartisan support sends a strong and clear message. As a representative of a rural district, I have both heard and witnessed firsthand the challenges facing our healthcare system. In my area, the wait time to see an optometrist exceeds 8 months. To see an ear, nose, and throat specialist, if you can even find one, the wait can stretch to 12 months. These delays are not abstract. They represent real people who are waiting for care. We all know that Maine's healthcare system is under strain. Ensuring that hospitals are paid in a timely manner will not solve every problem, but it is a critical and practical step forward. Hospitals cannot continue to operate efficiently if reimbursements are delayed. Last week, during a meeting with hospital representatives, one hospital spoke plainly. They are running out of cash. They told us that they were owed $50 million in state money that has been outstanding for months, and they are simply asking to be paid what they are already due. We are currently looking at a reported surplus of $248 million. LD 331 includes a one-time general fund appropriation of approximately $51 million to implement Maine Care reimbursement at 75%. If there was ever an issue that should unite us, it is access to medical care for our citizens. In my caucus, I've had conversations with members who strongly support paying our hospitals promptly. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle demonstrated that same commitment with a unanimous 45-0 vote. With a surplus of this magnitude, we have both the opportunity and the responsibility to act together. Let's not allow this bill to stall on the appropriations table. Our aging population depends on local hospitals, physicians, and specialists. Rural Maine needs stability in the healthcare system. Timely reimbursement is needed now. And I am not the author of this, so I probably will not be able to answer questions.
Well, you're not good. Anybody wants a question for Representative Drinkwater through Representative Daigle? Looks like you're all set, Representative. Thank you. Okay, anybody else in the room? Can we have people waiting on Zoom? Okay, is this still the right order? First person I have is Lisa Margulis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, and members of the Committee on Appropriation and Financial Affairs, Senator Ingwerson, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Lisa Margulies. I serve as Vice President of Public Affairs at Planned Parenthood of Northern New England, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 2212. As you know, PPNNE provides comprehensive reproductive health care as well as a spectrum of primary and behavioral health care services. We see everyone, regardless of ability to pay, and provide millions in free and discounted care. We're often the first and only healthcare provider a patient sees in a year. Abortion opponents at the federal level continue to target us, including by withholding Title X funding and in H.R. 1, barring us from federal reimbursement for Medicaid services. This jeopardized care for thousands of Mainers. It also compounded existing threats to our financial stability, including rising costs to deliver care, ongoing need for free care, and stagnant and low reimbursement rates, especially for women's health care, which has been undervalued and undercompensated for decades. Let's be plain, these defund efforts are a backdoor abortion ban intended to eliminate access to care in Maine and other states where abortion remains legal. We've fought to remain open and serve patients, but sadly, nearly 24 Planned Parenthood health centers across the country have been forced to close permanently since H.R. 1. Here in Maine, we continue to welcome all patients and have not closed health centers. We've refused to pass the harm to our patients, but this is not sustainable in the long term. We're thankful to the governor for her proposal to compensate providers for services during the period of the H.R. 1 defund, truly a lifeline in this moment, but we know the attacks won't stop. As strong as the laws of Maine are in protecting reproductive rights, those rights mean nothing without access to care. We applaud this legislature's ongoing efforts to protect patient access and want to note a few additional opportunities. First, we urge you to include language that ensures emergency state funding should abortion providers again be barred from federal funding or this funding is diminished or degraded. By guaranteeing emergency replacement funds, this legislature can safeguard our patients now and into the future. Secondly, we suggest that you include ongoing state funding for family planning services starting in the next biennium, a smart investment that saves $7 in Medicaid costs for each dollar spent. This legislator has been a fierce champion for our patients, and because of your leadership, Maine has remained a safe harbor for care. Thank you for all you do, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Ms. Margulies, have you submitted this in writing, this testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, more extensive testimony.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any questions. Christopher Allen. All right. Climbing through the window.
You guys can hear me, right?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you yet. There you are.
Okay, I apologize for that.
Go ahead. Good
Hello,
afternoon.
my name is Christopher Allen. Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Senator Erguson, Representative Gatton, Representative Mayer, and the esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Health and Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on LD 2122, the governor's supplemental budget and act making supplement appropriations and allocations from the general fund and other funds for expenditures of state government and changing certain provisions of the law necessary to provide proper operations of state government for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2026 and June 30th, 2027. My name is Christopher Allen. I am a direct support professional and employment specialist for Three Rivers in the Island Falls, Maine. I have been a DSP for 12 years, and I am here today to ask you to restore funding for needed cost of living adjustments in the supplemental budget. I love this work. Supporting people in the northern part of the state so they can live full lives, be part of their communities, and feel valued has been incredibly rewarding. When wages are competitive, DSP can stay in these roles long enough to build real relationships and positive, consistent quality support. I myself have had the privilege of supporting an individual with having and managing their own business in their hometown. I've supported individuals with relationship goals leading to engagement, goals like being a DJ for public community events. The role of a DSP is their path towards a meaningful life. But this job has also become harder every year. The cost of living keeps going up, and while past COLAs have helped us stay afloat, they haven't kept pace. High turnover, short staffing, and burnout are now constant challenges. DSP are expected to do physically, emotional, and mental demanding work, often for wages that are lower than what fast food or convenience stores offer, with far less responsibilities. The reality pushes people away from this field even when they want to do this kind of work. When staff leave, it's not just workers who are affected. It's the people who rely on us every day for stability, safety, and support. COLAs aren't a bonus or a luxury. They're what allow agencies to stay staffed and services to keep running. They are the backbone of direct care services, not just here in Maine, but across the country. I want to thank the members of both committees for restoring a partial COLA in last year's budget. That support mattered, and I'm asking you to continue building on it so this essential workforce can survive and continue serving our communities. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you very much. Let me just make sure there are any questions. I don't see any. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
James Bailey?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, and members of the Appropriations Committee and the HHS Committee. My name is James Bailey, a social worker at Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center. I had tried to get on earlier, but had a technical blip, so I appreciate the second chance.
Of course.
I'd like to do just a short little exercise. Think of the jobs that you had or have, your careers, and what would have been a really bad day, something that happened that would, make you walk away feeling pretty miserable. At the hospital, it's things like a patient throwing a sheet over a nurse's head and then trying to strangle him with his shirt. It is numerous assaults, threats, and I'll just put out there bodily fluids. It is very difficult work at the hospital. Part of making sure the work gets done and done safely is retaining people, particularly nurses. And the addition of nurses and other people who have direct contact with patients to join the special retirement plan is vital to keeping us safe, patients safe, and working with them so when they discharge, they can stay safe. And I would not say this is just a cherry on top provision. In Washington State, there was a $400 million fine for them being unable to provide mental health treatment to criminal defendants that were ordered to receive mental health counseling within time. So this could be a very preventative act of having to consider in the future much more expensive choices to make. I did submit written testimony that goes into a few other pieces, but I will leave it at that. Thank you, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey, for joining us this afternoon. Are there any questions from either committee? I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
And then the last person? A couple more. Okay, so I've got Vicky Graves Boudreau. Is that right?
Good afternoon. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Ingwersen, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Vicky Graves Boudreau. I am here on my own personal time to speak in support of funding LD 579, an act to include certain mental health workers under the 1998 Special Plan for Retirement as part of the governor's proposed supplemental budget LD 2212. I am asking for your support to include the remaining workers who were excluded from this retirement plan in the last biennial budget. This would make it equitable for those of us at DDPC to be eligible for retirement at age 55 with 25 years of service. In June of 2026, I will celebrate my 30th anniversary of working at Dorothea Dix as a registered nurse. I am 54 years old. I began here in 1996 as a night shift nurse and have served as a staff nurse, a supervisor, and now a clinical nurse manager. Over the past 30 years, I have been physically assaulted, experienced sexual aggression, and violent outbursts. I have witnessed coworkers be strangled and beaten. Unlike jails and prisons, where inmates are managed by corrections or law enforcement officers, we work side by side with the same population, only we call them patients. Many of our patients have committed murder, sexual assault, crimes against children, and arson. We treat them with dignity, respect, and compassion. We carry no weapons. We have no pepper spray. We do not have locked cells to retreat behind. We immerse ourselves in their trauma, and we carry the weight of their personal suffering alongside them. Caregiver burnout, PTSD, compassion fatigue, and vicarious traumatization are as real for us as they are for firefighters, state troopers, corrections officers, and veterans. Retirement at 55 would not only recognize the toll this work takes, it would strengthen recruitment and retention by attracting young, healthy, compassionate nurses to care for Maine's most vulnerable citizens. As we age, the risk of serious injury increases, and that impact extends beyond us to our families as well. My husband worries daily because he knows I care for individuals who have committed such crimes as murder, sexual assault, pedophilia, and arson, often while acutely ill and untreated. He sees me flinch at loud noises at home. He sees the bruises and bite marks. He sees the stress I carry home and the chronic migraines I endure. I love my career and the patients I've served, but there comes a time when this responsibility should be passed on to the next generation. I believe I have earned the right to retire with my full pension while I am still physically and mentally healthy enough to enjoy it. Please use this budget surplus to ensure that I and all workers who provide direct care in these facilities are included in the 1998 Special Plan for Retirement, so we have the same retirement security as the colleagues we work beside every day. Thank you for your time and your consideration in this matter.
And thank you for that testimony this afternoon. Any questions? I don't see any questions, but again, thank you for joining us today. Becca, we've got 3 more. Two more, okay. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hi. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gateen, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Danielle Charles, and I represent AlMed Staffing of New England and our amazing caregivers. And I want to explain why cost of living adjustments or COLAs are essential for home care agencies serving main care clients. Unlike the private pay services, main care funded programs cap what agencies can charge for each visit. So that means when the cost of doing business goes up, wages, insurance, training, transportation, and everything else, our reimbursement doesn't. And without these COLAs, we simply do not have the funding to raise caregiver wages, even when the cost of living continues to rise. And this has real consequences. Personal support specialists and direct care workers do some of the most demanding and meaningful work in our communities. They care for older adults and people with disabilities who rely on them every day. But when wages can't keep up with the basic living costs, caregiving becomes less about answering a calling and more about whether someone can afford to stay in the job. Many caregivers working in main care funded services must rely on public assistance themselves for health insurance, food, and other basic needs simply to survive. These are hardworking professionals providing essential care, yet the reimbursement limits effectively keep their wages so low that they remain dependent on the very support systems that their work helps sustain. Without COLAs, the system creates a cycle. Agencies cannot raise pay, workers cannot achieve financial stability, and more people must rely on public assistance. But if reimbursement allowed wages to rise meaningfully, many caregivers could move towards independence and eventually off subsidies. Supporting the workforce is not just an expense, it's a long-term investment in economic stability and reduced reliance on public programs. COLAs are not a luxury, they're a necessity to sustain the workforce, stabilize agencies, and ensure people receive the care that they depend on. I urge you to ensure the cost of living adjustments are added into the budget as intended by the current rate setting system. Thank you for your consideration on my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for coming back. Any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you again. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo and Representative Guillotine. In esteemed
Possibly appropriate.
Sorry. In both committees. I'm here by Zoom to testify in favor of LD 2212. My name is Tammy Prosser. I work for Community Living Association in Holton, Maine. I've worked there for 13 years. I've done many different jobs during my life, but being a DSP is the job that gives me the best feeling of helping people. During my time as a DSP, I've worked for residential homes in our day programs and as a job coach, which is what I currently do. I love the job I do now because it helps the people I work with do work and receive a paycheck. As a direct support professional, I feel as if I make a difference in the lives of all the people I work with. The job can be difficult at times, having to do personal care, giving medication, and basically helping people be safe at all times while respecting their rights and autonomy. CLA has been in business for a long time. In my 13 years here, I have seen it close more than half of its residential group homes. We used to have 9 and now we have 4. As I understand it, this is mostly due to lack of staffing. The people I work with need as much consistency as possible when working with them. They have gone through numerous changes in their lives, including where they live, things they're allowed to do, and possibly most importantly, who works for them as caregivers. Even though CLA has some staff that have been here far longer than I have, we still have a lot of staff turnover. This makes it hard on the people that we serve. When full COLA have been given, CLA has made sure to pass them on to staff in larger raises. Partial COLAs have meant small raises. The workforce is small in Holton, and we compete for staff with many other places. CLA has had to close and downsize programs due to no staffing or funding. There are much fewer residential options in Aroostook County. I've heard of people with disabilities having to move to Southern Maine because there's nowhere to live in their hometown, and that's just not fair. I love my job as a DSP, and it's one that I want to continue. It can be hard at times making ends meet, but I love being able to help people live their lives and be safe and be happy and taken care of. It's getting harder to want to stay in the field that when I can make more money elsewhere in other jobs. Being able to count on a full stable COLA would help me do this, as well as keep more programs from closing in Aroostook County. Please consider funding the COLA in this budget. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Are there any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you again. Becca, that's it? Again, one more call. Anybody? Don't see anybody in the room jumping up to testify. I want to thank the committee, both committees, staff, and everybody who showed up today. We'll be back on tomorrow at 10 o'clock. This is day one of, I think, 9 scheduled days of hearing on the supplemental. So again, thanks everybody.